Good morning and welcome to the House Executive Departments and Administration Committee meeting. I would like to open up our hearing for House Bill 216. And Representative McGuire, you're ready to present.
Good morning. I'm Carol McGuire, representing Merrimack District 27. That is Allenstown, Dunbarton, Epsom, and Hooksett. And House Bill 216 fixes a glitch we discovered last year when we were dealing with people who are severely injured on the job. It deletes the requirement, or the limitation of 1 year of workers' compensation that is credited towards one retirement service, not income, just service time. And I looked into that at the end of the year, and no one is quite sure where that limitation came from. It seems to be rather arbitrary. And from the testimony we received last year, there are very, very few people who are injured and out on workers' comp for more than a year. It's only the people who are grievously injured on the job. Someone who is in got run over by a snowplow or got shot in action or something like that. It's not your normal case because most people are easily back on the job within a year. It's only these rare cases where they have multiple surgeries and lengthy recuperation that they get hit. So the fiscal note, in my opinion, is a bit exaggerated. I don't know how many people would be out on workers' comp for more than a year, but I can't imagine it's 10%. So I think there is going to be some reprogramming cost. I agree with that, but the actual impact should be much less than the fiscal note indicates. And that's it. I'll answer any questions I can.
Representative Sellers.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Representative McGuire, there seems to be some unknowns in this case. Like you're saying, we don't know how many people are out more than a year. Is there any way we can find out this information and what maybe the cost would really be?
Probably not in any timely manner, but we can certainly ask for how many people have run into this limit, at least within the last few years. I'll ask.
Representative Groda.
Thank you. Representative McGuire, if my memory serves correctly, last year there were only 2 people who had testified, so that I believe that they were the only 2 that would have been eligible had this legislation been implemented.
We don't know that to be absolutely true because it would not have included, say, the person run over by a snowplow. It only included police who were injured, shot on the job. We know of those. It affected one of those 2. We don't think it affected the other. But there may well have been others in the past.
Are there other questions? Representative Sellers.
Thank you. So another question I have is, how would this affect our insurance rate, basically a rate that we pay or someone pays into workers' comp?
Shouldn't affect it anyway, at all, because these people are injured. The workers' comp system determines that it's job-related and pays them from workers' comp. The difference is that right now, after a year of workers' comp for one incident, they no longer get service towards their retirement. It's purely in the pension system. Workers' comp is unaffected. It might, the only thing is that it might possibly encourage somebody who's been out for 11 and a half months to stay out a little longer on workers' comp, but I I can't imagine that being a big issue.
Thank you. And it's my understanding that this is an early bill, so this will be going to finance as well. So they'll be able to ask some of those hard
Yeah,
questions.
I'll ask that they report on how many people have run into the limit, which is, I think, the thing we want to find out.
Thank you. And Representative Sellers?
Yeah, thank you. I'm just trying to find out, because I'm new at this ED&A and workers' comp, and what type of benefits employees have, especially in an accident like something like that on the job. I mean, are there other benefits available to the worker at that point? And that's what this is about, extending the benefit here of workers' comp more than a year.
I believe that, and we have another bill on workers' comp applying to people in the pension system later on that'll have some of those details. But my understanding is that their health benefits are continued while they're on workers' comp, and they get the basic payment from the workers' comp system, of which I know nothing more than that it exists. And some employers, at least, will give a supplement to the workers' comp amount, which is, I believe, fairly low. But that's up to the employer. And I don't know which ones do or for how much.
So I have a question for you as well. Right, the way that I'm reading this, it seems that if somebody was out on workers' compensation for 2 years, they would have 1 year of service added to that pension, but that other year just wouldn't count towards the pension. The only impact this has is on calculating the years of service. Is that correct?
Yes. The people that I'm thinking of are probably not going to be out on a year continuously. The stories we got were that somebody had surgery, recovered, went back to work for a while and strengthened themselves, and then had another surgery and went out again. So, like you said, it's the only thing that should be affected is the time toward retirement.
Thank you. Any of Representative Schmidt?
It's early.
Yes.
So I think a little bit of historical information can be helpful, especially for people like you, Representative Sellers, and the others who are new to eDNA. So we have been tinkering with the retirement system and with the workers' comp and so forth for about the entire time I've been on the committee, which is 18 years. Okay, the first step was for people who get killed on the job. That's mostly police or firefighters who get killed on the job, okay? And so we decided about 20 years ago to try to help the families, because people get killed on the job, they're out of the picture, right? It's their family that's harmed by the loss of their loved one, their spouse, and so forth. So the first decision made was that we were going to provide a death benefit for people who got killed on the job, right? And that was decided to be $100,000. Over the years that we're talking about, roughly 20 years, there are very few people in that category who get killed on the job. Okay?
Fortunately.
Well, of course, fortunately. So the first question was, where's that money going to come from? And the initial idea was to basically do that through an insurance policy. But the thought was, because there were so few people involved in that category, that the insurance companies were still going to, because the genius of insurance is you spread the risk, right? If it's a very, very small number of people, there's no insurance coming in from the thing to make that profitable for the insurance companies. Therefore, they won't provide the service without enormously high premiums. So the decision that was made was that the state would provide that $100,000 benefit out of the general fund because it's such a small number of people. And that's the way it's worked out. The state pays that $100,000 out of the general fund because the number of people involved is so small, it's been next to nothing over the years. Then we had a situation a couple of years ago where we had a very small number of people who were grievously injured or killed intentionally. We had some of you who are from the central area who read the Manchester Union Leader in large numbers. There was a police officer, Dan Doherty is his name, who was shot at intentionally like 14 times. The would-be assassin shot at him 14 times, and he hit him 6 times. Now, ordinarily, somebody who gets shot 6 times is going to die, right?
Yes, Representative, I actually realized that there may be some other people that are here to testify on this, and it
Well,
would be
then we
good-
should hear from
And it would
them.
be good to get into some of this as the committee is able to discuss this as a committee.
No,
But
yeah,
I do want to check that. I
no, if
appreciate
you've
your
got people to
background.
testify, let's hear from them.
Okay,
But this
But-
is a
yes.
different group of people, but they still are in comparable situations. So let's hear from them.
absolutely. Thank you, Representative Schmidt. Are there any other questions for Chairman McGuire? Or sorry, Representative McGuire? Thank you
Okay,
very
thank you.
much. Are there others who are interested in testifying on this?
Mark Kavanaugh, Deputy Counsel for the Retirement System. Hadn't signed up, but I thought I could offer a couple clarifying facts.
That would be helpful.
It's been testified to so far.
And if you could give your name again, you just turned off the microphone when you pressed that.
Red was off.
Go ahead, you can fill it out.
Yeah. My name is Mark Kavanaugh. I'm Deputy Counsel and Compliance Officer for the New Hampshire Retirement System. And one of my responsibilities is to complete the fiscal note worksheets. And in doing this one, we reached out to the Department of Labor to ask them if they had statistics that could provide us with the number of people who remain on weekly indemnity benefits for more than a year. And they were unable to provide that. They said they do not compile the data that way. And so our actuary had no choice except to pick a starting point. And that's the 6 months, 10% parameters that are in the fiscal note worksheet. It was just a starting point. I don't want to say it was completely arbitrary. It was fairly conservative, but the number that they presented is fully scalable. If you think it's 5%, cut the number in half. If you think it's 3 months instead of 6 months, cut the number in half. So it's fully scalable if you have a different opinion. But again, Labor was unable to provide the information, which would have been very helpful. I was hoping they could, but I talked to the commissioner and they just don't compile the data that way. And the commissioner's on our board of trustees, so if they had it, they would have given it to us. Just to speak to how workers' comp is treated by New Hampshire Retirement System. When someone goes out on workers' comp, they're entitled to weekly indemnity benefit, which is 60% of their average compensation over a period of time prior to the injury. Employers will sometimes supplement that with the other 40%. Because that money is paid by an insurance company and not by the employer, it's not considered earnable compensation. And since the member is not receiving any earnable compensation, they don't receive service credit. And that's why the current 1-year rule is in. I don't know the history. I look back, it's been around for many, many years. I don't know why they picked the 1 year. But from, it's a policy question whether you want to extend it. We don't view it as being super expensive, and we have no position on whether it's a good or a bad idea. But there is a distinction between those who are on a year and those who are on for more than a year. Now, one thing I would say is that a lot of people have been on for more than a year may be eligible to apply for a work-related disability pension. And a lot of them do. After that point, they say, well, I can't go back to work, and I'll apply for a disability pension through NHRS. So that's why you don't see a lot of cases of people complaining that they're, because at that point, a lot of people also will, once they go on disability, will convert their weekly indemnity benefit to a lump sum settlement, because when you're on disability, we offset your disability benefit by the weekly indemnity benefit paid by workers' comp. And so as soon as someone gets on disability, they lump sum whatever the projected course of years for further payments that they agree to with the workers' comp carrier. Because once they lump sum it, we're not offsetting anymore, so it's much more valuable for them. So it kind of weeds out more people like that as well. Plus, if anyone's retiring, they're not getting service credit anymore anyways once you retire. But that's a reason why a lot of people stop receiving weekly indemnity benefits, because it's advantageous. They can retire on an accidental benefit and then lump sum their payment with the workers' comp.
Representative Sitek, do you have a question?
Two questions. One is, would you confirm that workers' comp does not contribute to earnable compensation?
It is not earnable compensation and contributions are not paid on it by the member or the employer, because it's not paid by the employer. It's paid by
Thank you. Would you mind?
insurance company.
Would you, yes. Would you mind repeating that offset business? I'm not sure I understood that.
Our statute provides that if you are receiving an accidental disability benefit, meaning work-related, and you're receiving a weekly indemnity benefit from workers' comp, we will offset your disability benefit by the amount of the weekly indemnity benefit. And I guess this has been around for years, and I guess the theory was, well, you shouldn't be paid twice for the same injury by two different. That's the theory, I guess. I wasn't around when it went in place. I've seen various legislation in the past to do away with that, but they haven't passed.
Thank you. Representative Sellers?
Yeah, thank you. So that offset, is that offset so that makes up the other 40%?
No. So say they have a disability benefit of $2,500 a month, and workers' comp's paying them $500 a week. Well, we'd offset their benefit by $2,000 a month, by 500 a week times 4. So we offset the benefit. The other 40%, if paid by the employer, and that's optional, like Nashua Firefighters I know has it, but it's not very common. It's called workers' comp supplemental pay, where through CBA agreements, they agree to pay the other 40% to make a person whole, 60% from workers' comp. That is earnable compensation. And that's what the other bill is about, because it's currently classified as compensation over base, and the other workers' comp bill that you'll be entertaining later is suggesting that it be counted as base and not compensation over base, which can have some effect on benefits. But that's a different bill.
Representative Sitek?
But that as earnable compensation wouldn't really mean anything to their pension, because you take the highest 5 years and something like a 40% is not really going to contribute. So
yeah, it depends on how long you've been on disability and collecting it. Average compensation is calculated in 12-month tranches. So if you make enough money in the rest of the year when you're not injured, it may still be one of your high 3 or high 5 years, but it's guesswork on the math.
And I have a question for you. As you were looking for the information, did you look to your records to see how many people did have time off that did not get counted towards the serviceable credit?
No, our records only show what credit we've awarded to people for that first year. They have to provide us a memo of compensability, and then they're showing the start date and the end date, and we would record that in our system, the service credit awarded, but we don't record what wasn't awarded, or it just wasn't something we kept track of.
Okay, thank you. It's helpful to know that those data don't exist.
Yeah.
And then the last question, do you know whether people are more incentivized to go for the service-related disability pension if they're going to be out more than a year so that they don't lose that coverage?
I couldn't speak to people's personal motivations.
Thank you. There are other questions? Seeing none. Thank you very much, and thanks for being here
Thank
so that
you.
we could do that. If you could get the pink card to him, then we can have you in the record. Thank you. Is there anybody else here to speak on this? With this, we will close that hearing. Should we consider going into an executive session to discuss this? So we'll go, I will close the public hearing on House Bill 216, and I will open an executive session on House Bill 216. You want me to slide over? It's probably easiest.
Representative Leon, your name tags are reversed there.
Thank you very much.
Easily fixed. Okay. Does someone have a motion?
I'll move on a pass on House Bill 216.
All right, and I'll second it. All right, Representative Groda?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just, first of all, want to remind the committee that we're voting on policy and that the finance division will determine whether or not this is something we can put into our budget or not. And so the policy that we are voting on is that if someone who has experienced an accident and is out of work for a year or more, that time is not deducted from their pension. And that's really what we're saying. We're saying that if someone's injured, in the case of the person that testified last year, they had been injured for they were in the hospital, I think, first for 14 months to have their first surgery, and then to have their second surgery a year later. They were out again for a long period of time, and when they thought they could retire, they were really trying to stay in the workforce until for 10 years, but then and not realizing that their workman's compensation time was deducted from their pension work time, they ended up working 8 years. So they were penalized for that. And I think that when someone is gravely injured like that, they shouldn't have that penalty. So I hope that you will agree that as a policy, this committee should support the bill.
And thank you, Representative Proda. I'll mention that, as I said, I think the idea that 10% of the population is going to be out for more than a year is highly exaggerated. And I would say if it's 1%, I'd be surprised. The last year when we were talking about police who had been injured on the job and severely injured and had to retire on disability because of it, because they didn't die. After much searching, they could only identify 2 people that it had happened to. And I think that's a much more realistic number than 10% of the population. So we'll see what comes out of it. But we're trying to find out how many people would be affected by this. And I think, as Representative Groda said, I think we owe it to the people that are severely injured on the job to at least recognize it. Representative Sytek?
Just a minute. If we're not going to be fair on this issue, what issue are we going to be fair on?
Well, probably none. Any other Representative Leon?
Thank you, Madam Chair. My question is if the conditions around workmen's compensation are something that's handled with the legislature or if that's set through other policy.
It's set through other policy. Workers' comp issues are done mostly in the Labor Committee. And they're the experts on what's job related and what's not, and how long somebody should be out for a particular injury. They do this all the time. That's their entire job. So this bill doesn't say anything about that. You know, it just talks about the result of being out on workers' comp. Okay, any other comments, questions?
If I could
Yes,
respond.
Reverend Leon.
Thank you. That makes me feel a lot more comfortable with this because if we had an epidemic of long workers' compensations for hangnails, that would be a problem. But if we're setting the policy elsewhere in the legislature, then I feel comfortable that we will only have people out who truly should be out. And that makes me feel a lot more comfortable than if some other body was making those decisions.
Thank you. It's workers' comp is well-established policy. We've had it for generations. Any other comments? All right, seeing none, the motion is ought to pass by Representative Broda, and the clerk can call the roll.
Vice Chairman Leon,
Yes.
the clerk votes yes. Representative Bailey,
Aye.
aye, okay.
Translate.
Yeah, Representative Sheehan,
Yes.
Representative Sellers,
Yes.
Representative Groda,
Yes.
Representative Schmidt,
Yes.
Representative Davis,
Yes.
Representative Dargy,
Yes.
Representative DeVries,
Yes.
Representative Long,
Yes.
and the chair?
Did you get Representative Howard?
I'm,
Oh,
He's
no.
moved
Yeah.
over to your
I'm
left.
Sorry, the invisible Representative Howard
yeah, no worries. I vote yes.
and the chair.
Yes.
Okay. I guess we're looking at 13 ayes, no nos.
All right. The motion passes 13-0. Is there any objection to consent? Seeing none, we'll put that on consent. Representative Broda, at your earliest convenience. All right. We still have a few minutes, so I'd like to continue to exec some of the bills that we heard last week. I move ought to pass on House Bill 85, and I present Amendment 0037H, which I passed out earlier.
I second.
All right. This amendment is simply to incorporate the language requested by OPLC, which is temporary student license in all cases. And so that's it about the amendment. And Representative Brody, do you wish to say anything about the amendment?
No, thank you. I think you said it all.
Any other questions or comments on the amendment?
0037.
Yes, it is. I put it at your place every morning, this morning. Yeah, it's pretty minor. All right. All right. For that case, the motion is to adopt Amendment 0037 to House Bill 85, and you can call the roll.
Vice Chairman Leon?
Yes.
The clerk votes yes. Representative Bailey?
Aye.
Representative Sheehan?
Yes.
Representative Sellers?
Yes.
Representative Groda?
Yes.
Representative Schmidt?
Yes.
Representative Davis?
Yes.
Representative Dargy?
Yes.
Representative Heath?
Yes.
Representative Heath Howard, I'm sorry. Representative DeVries,
Yes.
Representative Long,
Yes.
and the chair.
Yes.
The same 13-0.
All right. Then I move ought to pass with amendment on House Bill 85.
Second.
Seconded by Representative Schmidt. And to recap, this is a bill to allow a student respiratory therapist to work with what they've already learned in their course. I believe it's a 2-year course, so a second-year student can be employed with what they learned in the first year, under supervision and only what they have learned, which is, it's supported by the Hospital Association and not opposed by anybody. So I think it's a very simple idea. Representative Schmidt?
I have nothing further to add.
Okay. Anyone else? Comments, questions? All right, seeing none. The motion is ought to pass with amendment on House Bill 85. And the clerk can call the roll.
Vice Chair Leon,
Yes.
clerk votes yes. Representative Bailey,
Aye.
Representative Sheehan,
Yes.
Representative Sellers,
Yes.
Representative Groden,
Yes.
Representative Schmidt,
Yes.
Representative Davis,
Yes.
Representative Dargy,
Yes.
Representative Howard,
Yes.
got it right this time. Representative DeVries,
Yes.
Representative Long,
Yes.
and the chair.
Yes.
13-0.
Are there any, the motion passes 13-0. Any objections to consent? All right, I will write a blurb at my earliest convenience. And, all right, who's the other bill we heard last week? Ah, okay. Considering House Bill 267, which is the animal chiropractors, does somebody have a motion on that?
I'll move OTP. Did somebody else say something?
I did, but
Representative Long?
I move ought to pass.
Second.
Okay, ought to pass by Representative Long, seconded by Representative Schmidt, who got there first. Do you wish to speak to your motion?
No.
All right, Representative Schmidt, do you wish to speak to your second?
I do. So this is a bill that we had last year that the committee unanimously approved, and it got hung up because
It was vetoed.
what?
It was vetoed. It
Well,
passed the
that
Senate
was the
quickly,
hang
so-
up because the lobbyists for the chiropractors pointed out that there was a defect in the bill. The concept was fine, but the bill had a problem, and the chiropractors opposed it for that reason. And the lobbyists spoke with the governor, and the governor vetoed it. But now that defect has been corrected. It's back before us again, and what the underlying bill was recognized by the committee as a necessary idea, because especially the fact that people were having problems and they needed to have the chiropractor work on their animal. And the problem was that getting the referral from the chiropractors was from the veterinarians. Was very difficult in many cases and involved a considerable delay. So here's the client with an animal that has a problem that the chiropractor can fix, but the referral is hanging them up for weeks or months at a time, and that was not viable. So that's the reason that this bill came about. Representative Kelly, who was the sponsor, presented the case to us last year. Everybody recognized that this was not an acceptable situation, but the defect caused the governor to veto it. Now I've spoken with a lobbyist who says it's been corrected, and we have a new governor as well. So now we're going to go at it again and try and correct the situation with this improved and corrected bill. So thank you very much.
All right, does anyone else have a comment, question? All right, seeing none, the motion is ought to pass by Representative Long, and the clerk can call the roll.
Vice Chairman Lamb,
Yes.
clerk votes yes. Representative Bailey,
Aye.
Representative Sheehan,
Yes.
Representative Sellers,
Yes.
Representative Groden,
Yes.
Representative Schmidt,
Yes.
Representative Davis,
Yes.
Representative Dargy,
Yes.
Representative Howard,
Yes.
Representative DeVries,
Yes.
Representative Long,
Yes.
and the chair.
Yes.
13-0.
All right, the motion passes 13-0. Is there any objection to consent? Seeing none, we'll put that one on consent. Representative Long, at your earliest convenience, the committee report, either a hard copy or email.
If you have any issue writing them, I'd be happy to continue.
Yes, all right. I believe that's the last of the bills we have that are ready to be exec, unless somebody has another one. No, the other two are still in some committee that need some work. So I'll close the public hearing. Start the executive session. The next public hearing is at 10:45. And for your reading pleasure committee, we have a report on enforcement, on the history of building codes and their enforcement, which will be useful for the next three bills. Right. Time to stretch again.
Hello, it is just after 10:45, and I would like to open the hearing on House Bill 134 and recognize Representative McGuire.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the committee. Carol McGuire, representing Merrimack District 27. And House Bill 134 is intended to update the state building code to incorporate the 2023 version of the electrical code. It also includes amendments approved by the Building Code Review Board through the time I submitted the bill, which was September 13th. And it's there are people behind me who can explain it a lot better. I was just following orders on this one. It's a request of the Building Code Review Board.
Representative Sitek?
Representative McGuire, you said there were dual purposes. I missed the second one. The first was to update the state electrical code to the 2023 version. What was the other provision for this bill?
It ratifies amendments approved by the Building Code Review Board through September 13th. The only amendment that I am positive of that was approved between the previous ratification date, which I think was in May, and September, is the adoption of the leak test limit that we passed last year and told them to approve.
Other questions? Seeing none, thank you very much. Next, we'll call Stephen Rancourt from ECBA.
Good morning, Madam Chair and committee members. My name is Stephen Rancourt. I'm a licensed electrician in the state of New Hampshire. I represent the Electrical Contractors Business Association, and we're here in favor of this this bill. It's updating our code. It's something that's done every 3 years, and it went through the process with the state building code to adopt any amendments that they felt were needed to it. They had a subcommittee that went through, worked for over a year, and we worked together with them. And I think it's got all the things that are important to the state, and it should bring us up to the most recent code. So I also want to just take a minute to thank the chairman of the State Building Code Review Board, Phil Sherman. He's done a lot of work to coordinate these things for all of the amendments and really make this process much better, along with Representative McGuire, so that we're not here in front of you arguing about amendments. We just come to you with a nice bill that hopefully works. So I appreciate it if you would vote for it to move forward and answer any questions.
Thank you. Any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you very much. And next, I'll call Philip Sherman from the Building Code Review Board.
Good morning, Madam Chair, and members of the committee. It's good to see some old friends and some new friends here. Thank you for the invitation today. Representative McGuire thought it might be helpful to provide just a little bit of context as to where this fits into our overall process for some of the new members. But my name is Philip Sherman. I'm the chair of the New Hampshire Building Code Review Board. And for the record, I speak in favor of this bill. So the New Hampshire State Building Code consists of 8 so-called model codes published by volunteer organizations, 7 of which are published by the International Code Council, the 8th being the Electrical Code, which is published by the National Fire Protection Association. Those model codes come out on a 3-year cycle. So when we talk about the 2023 code, we're coming off of the 2020 model code. We're not exactly synced with that cycle yet, but after this round, we hope to become synced, where every 3 years we update the code, which will lag one published edition behind the model codes as required by statute. So that's the general context. That's why you're only seeing the electrical code now, is their publication date rides a year behind the International Code Council 7 other codes, the building code and the residential code and so forth.
So we'll be back with the next iteration of those codes on the next round. So on October 16th of last year, we forwarded recommended legislation as required by statute to the Advisory Committee on State Building and Fire Codes, which ultimately resulted in this legislation. In summary, the bill would adopt the 2023 edition of the National Electric Code. There are 19 New Hampshire amendments and 2 additional amendments to the International Energy Conservation Code that this bill would ratify. The board approved a report on the 2023 NEC, which has been provided. It identified the relative cost impact of significant changes between the 2020 edition and the 2023 edition. And I want to pass Steve's thanks only through me to the 4 electrical representatives on our board who really know where every comma and period is in that code. And they did the heavy lifting on getting us through to this point. A public hearing was held on the updated code and the amendments, after which our board voted unanimously to recommend this legislation. Most of the amendments are, we call them carry forward amendments, so they just ride from edition to edition, although they're reviewed each time because the same issues come up in each edition of the code. There are 3 new amendments, each of which save cost, and 5 previous amendments were dropped as they were no longer needed. Sometimes our amendments work their way into the code. Sometimes sections are combined and one amendment becomes 2, or vice versa likewise. After we submitted the recommended legislation, the DOJ clarified that the amendment to the 2018 ICC on building air testing, as required by Senate Bill 373 of the last session, was effectively already ratified by the legislature. So in fact, it didn't need to be in this process. You ratified it, or the general court ratified it when they adopted that bill. But the amendment is there. The other amendment to the IECC simply takes the long-standing Energy Code submittal form and makes it an amendment rather than a rule. And the reason for that is it needs to stay in sync with the updated codes. So it comes out at the same time the codes do. No real changes to the form. It was just a matter of how we adopt that form, again, by statute. So that's all I have to say. I thank you for your time, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Are there any questions from the committee members? Seeing none, thank you. Is there anybody else who is here to speak on House Bill 134? Seeing none, with that, I will close the public hearing on House Bill 134.
So,
Did we want to go into an executive session on this one, most likely? Perfect. Then I will move over. We will continue in just a moment.
Okay, we'll start an executive session on House Bill 134, and I'll move on to pass.
I'll second.
Representative Howard moves on seconds. Thank you. I have nothing to add. Representative Howard?
I think that this is a pretty common sense change to the building code. Thank you.
All right. Any other comments, questions, concerns? Okay, not seeing any. The motion is ought to pass, and the clerk can call the roll.
Vice Chair, we have Vice Chairman Leon.
Yes.
The clerk votes yes. Representative Bailey,
Yes.
Representative Sheehan,
yes.
Representative Sellers,
Yes.
Representative Grota,
Yes.
Representative Schmidt,
Yes.
Representative Davis,
Yes.
Representative Dargy,
Yes.
Representative Howard,
Yes.
Representative DeVries,
Yes.
Representative Long,
Yes.
And the chair?
Yes.
13-0.
All right. The motion passes. Is there any objection to consent? Okay, seeing none, we'll put this on consent. The committee is in recess until 11:30. Thanks to very efficient testimony. And, okay, see you then.
Hello, I would like to open the hearing on House Bill 428 and invite the prime sponsor, Representative Alexander, to speak.
Good morning, House Committee, Executive Departments, Administrations. It's refreshing to see a committee running on time right now. I think a lot of them are behind, including mine. So congratulations. Thank you for that. For the record, my name is Representative Joe Alexander. I'm serving my 4th term. I represent the town of Goffstown. I also sit as chairman of the Housing Committee, as well as on Judiciary. I am here to present what I believe is a pretty straightforward bill that does exactly what it says in the title. It streamlines state building code by making it consistent across all of our municipalities. Currently, under state law, municipalities are able to make amendments to the state code that are more stringent. This causes the possibility of hundreds of different codes across the state. Can you see where that's an issue? This bill would make the following codes consistent across all municipalities. I'm going to read just 4 of them, but there's like 9 of them on this list. The International Building Code 2021, International Residential Code of 2021, the Electrical Code, and all amendments that have been reviewed by the State Building Code Review Board as of May 10th, 2024, and ratified by this body last year. So mainly I propose this because, I mean, Governor Ayotte in her inaugural address indicated that housing is one of the most important issues facing New Hampshire. But in general, this bill would take a step in the right direction by establishing one state code. This will enable businesses, residential developments, and industrial developments have one code, so you don't have to hire consultants for each town you're building in or to figure out what their amendments to the code are. I mean, there's some ridiculous like local codes that have occurred. So this consistency will provide better outcomes by making the process less painful for those who wish, in businesses and residences that wish to invest in our state. So I will say that SB 437 passed this body last year, 2024. There's currently no municipal amendments right now to the state building code. I believe Phil Sherman is here. You can correct me if I'm wrong, but that's what we spoke about that in the hallway. So this is the perfect time to pass a bill like this because there's really not a lot of municipal amendments yet existing because this is the building code was just updated to 2021 building code. So with that, I'm happy to take questions. There are other people here, experts that can speak, but I think philosophically it's incredibly important that we streamline a lot of these, make government more efficient. There's nothing wrong with the state code as is. The legislature dives deep into it. The Building Code Review Board has multiple experts on the board that evaluate the merits of certain policies and certain codes. So I have confidence that this legislative branch can handle safety aspects and make sure that citizens are safe and secure, but while also making it easy for people to live and renovate their property the way they see fit. So with that, I'm happy to answer questions.
Thank you. Are there, okay, Representative Long?
Do you have examples of those local amendments to building codes that were extreme or inappropriate in your opinion?
There's some that I thank you for the question, Representative. I mean, there's some that I philosophically believe with. I think, more stringent local energy codes, I think would be a good example of that. For instance, a town that would require a different type of window for energy efficiency or things like that, I think adds more of a layer than what's currently needed. And I think based on the philosophical makeup of a town, they may have a more stringent energy code to, combat climate change or something like that. So I just want to make sure it's consistent across, the entire state.
Representative Groda?
Thank you. Representative Alexandra, I just want to make it clear that this wouldn't prevent individuals who wanted to have an updated version of anything that was in the more recent codes that are not adopted by the state able to do so.
That's a great question. This is the floor, right? Like, if you want to build the most energy efficient property, to reduce your energy costs, like you are more than welcome to do that. The state building code is the code. It's the floor that's required to build up to, and then anything additional you're still allowed to build on. So it maintains private property rights.
Thank you. Representative Alexander, does this also go to affordability? Because if somebody is being forced to adopt, say, windows that aren't commonly used in the state, would that be a more expensive component that leads to access to housing?
Oh, absolutely huge. And I've spoken to the home builders who are in support of this legislation that say basically like, having to hire consultants for each project, depending on what town you live in, is an onerous thing. So that increased cost there, but not on top of that, you have like, if there are more requirements, more often than not, they're more expensive, but they could be less expensive. But from my experience, they'd be more. So that's a great question. And I wholeheartedly agree.
Thank you. Representative Reese?
Hi, my question has to do with local conditions. So I live in Hampton, and I believe, if I'm not mistaken, that our town actually requires an extra foot of freeboard. Would this bill prevent us and in fact roll back that requirement, if I'm correct?
So thank you for your question, Representative. It would prevent it. I do not believe it would roll back because the way the code is written now, it is the building code. There haven't been municipal amendments to that code recently. I'll let Phil Sherman clarify that, but yes, this bill would prevent something like that.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Seeing no further questions, thank you very much,
Thank you so much.
Representative. Next, I'll call Margaret Burns to speak from the New Hampshire Municipal Association.
Good morning. I'm Margaret Burns, representing the New Hampshire Municipal Association. We are here this morning in opposition to House Bill 428. House Bill 428 would take away established local authority to adopt local codes, which has been established in state law for many years. Additionally, this bill comes on the heels of legislation that was passed just last year that would have made pretty serious changes, that did make pretty serious changes to the way in which local building codes are enforceable. So just last year, this legislature, through, I believe, Senate Bill 437, passed some substantial changes that required, in part, municipalities send their local building code amendments to the State Building Code Review Board, and if they didn't do that, the codes would become unenforceable. So we've just recently had a quite substantial change in the way that these codes become enforceable after adoption, and I would ask the committee to consider letting the legislation from last year play out before we go ahead and remove entirely local authority to adopt local building codes. I would also note that I know you're going to hear this morning from Phil Sherman. I believe you're also going to hear this morning from a representative from the New Hampshire Building Officials Association. If this bill is going to move forward, those two stakeholders do have suggestions about amendments that would be needed to make the bill workable, and I would urge the committee to also listen to those suggestions to make the bill workable if the bill will be moving forward. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Question, Representative Long?
So I'm not really familiar with the process of how municipalities make amendments to the building code. When that's done, is that something that's voted on by the voters, or is it done by the politicians in the town?
Great question. So they are voted on by the local legislative body. And in the majority of our municipalities, the local legislative body is in fact the town meeting. So it is the voters, just like they would also be the ones to adopt local zoning amendments. In the municipalities where the legislative body is the city council, the couple of towns where the legislative body is the town council, and the two cities where the legislative body is the board of aldermen, they would be the body to adopt those codes locally.
Other questions from the committee? Seeing none,
Thank
thank
you
you
so
very
much.
much. Next, I'll call Phil Sherman.
Madam Chair, members of the committee, my name is Philip Sherman, and I speak as the chair of the Building Code Review Board, and I'm in favor of this bill only if amended. The Building Code Review Board itself does not take a position on this bill at this time, only due to our meeting sequence and not having had the language at our last meeting. But the bill proposes to eliminate the current authorization from municipalities to amend the state building code. I think I heard a question about adopting later editions of the model codes that are within the state building code. That was prohibited by legislation last year. We do find, however, that if this bill moves forward It's important to allow for certain administrative amendments related to statutory authority and to allow for the various ways that the code is implemented in the various municipalities. Large cities operate differently than small towns. We also believe that for the issues involved, this is a good time to move some of the building code related sections now in the land use and city grant of power chapters into 155A, which is what the proposed bill, HB 244, is trying to do this afternoon anyway. So this corrects some conflicting terminology and allows us to fix a cross-reference error with the current statutes and so forth. It also would maintain, through an amendment this is, the current building code amendment confirmation process for the now permitted administrative amendments, just to make sure they stay on track. So while we have a significant amendment sort of drafted out, it's not ready for prime time yet. There's some loose ends that need to be resolved. The state fire marshal has some concerns with how it's written, drafted at this point, and that's why we're not prepared to submit it today. And we would therefore submit moving this to a subcommittee for a quick turnaround. And I thank you for your consideration. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Are there questions from the committee? Representative Schmidt?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, Phil. So did I understand you correctly to say you support 428 local only if amended?
My support will be limited to my personal view, not the board's view, but I can safely say that the board would agree that if it moves forward, it needs amendments, or we're going to have a real mess in terms of how things are enforced out in the field.
Thank you very much.
Any other questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next, I'll call, I believe this is Philip Jazik. I apologize if I misstated that.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair. My name is Philip Jazak. I'm the Communications Director for the New Hampshire Home Builders Association. We are very much in favor of this bill. One of the things that we hear a lot from our builders, especially our smaller builders, 1, 2, 3-man shops, is that it's very difficult for them to navigate the changes across municipalities, and this would allow them that consistency and simplicity to go forward, going forward. And the consistency, as well as mentioned by Representative Alexander, would allow our builders to keep costs down and make housing more attainable for our consumers. It's also important to note, I believe it was asked and answered, but this would not prevent anybody from doing anything. We just, at the New Hampshire Home Builders, we want our consumers to decide what they want for a house, not be forced into anything.
Thank you. Questions from the committee? Representative Sytek?
Mr. Jasek, you heard Mr. Sherman. How do you feel about the tone of his amendments?
So I have not investigated that personally. I would have to go back and look into that. I'm not going to give you a guess right now. I would like to give you a concrete answer.
Follow up?
If there is a subcommittee, will somebody from the building contractors be there?
We would absolutely like to be there. If we are asked to be there, we will be there.
Representative DeVries?
Thank you. Do you have examples of specific towns that have higher standards now and how it is impacting affordable housing or access?
Yes. So currently all I have right now is information and stories and anecdotal evidence from my builders. I did go in and try to research this on my own. The towns in which I did research, it was very difficult to find specific amendments that were made to the code, as they were not available online. So I would have to do more research on that to give you a comprehensive list.
Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Schmidt?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So question to the chair first. Is it going to subcommittee, the bill?
Yes, it will.
It will be. Thank you. Now my question for this gentleman. So you're new to me. Could you spell your last name for me, please?
Jazak, Jasak.
Okay. Thank you.
you. And I have a question for you as well. When you look at different regional and geographic differences, are builders looking at things like a sea coast climate and already making adaptations that are appropriate to that environment, like potentially the freeboard, whether or not it's in code?
Yes. So the state building code is based off of the IECC international code, which takes into account all the different climate zones on the entire planet. So the vast majority of instances we would run into in the state are already covered by that code.
Thank you. Representative Sitek?
You said something that that's really not part of this, but I'd like to hear people from building contractors or speak to this issue. You couldn't find things online. How transparent are building codes town to town?
That's tough for me to answer right now. I did not look at all 234 municipalities.
Thank you. Representative Long?
Just a follow up to that question. Are the building codes, the municipal amendments to it, required to be available in writing in some format?
That I am not sure of. I apologize.
Any other questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
And next I'll call Natch Grays from BIA.
Thank you. Nate Graves with the Business and Industry Association. We are the state's statewide Chamber of Commerce. We support this legislation. Before anyone asks me, we would be supportive of any friendly amendments to make sure that everything works works well. I think, as Mr. Sherman alluded to, within the statutes, there has been historically a mixing of things between the building code and the zoning statutes. So legislation you'll hear later today would attempt to separate out those. But one of the problems with the mixing is obviously you have different authorities trying to do different things. So some clarity may be necessary. I have not yet seen his amendment, but I'm happy to work with him or anyone on any such amendments. Just to not belabor any points, but to give you a little bit of history here, the statewide building code was initially adopted in the early 2000s in response to the fact that we are a small state, and having 234 different building codes made it very difficult for developers to know on a town-by-town basis what they would have to build to as a standard. Now, I want to be clear that the building code is not about what can be built in a certain location, but how it's built. So it's not about whether or not this is a house or a gas station or anything else. It's about, okay, if this is going to be a house, how are you going to build this? Realistically, looking at the climate zones in New Hampshire that Mr. Jasek referenced at the international building code level, there aren't too many differences. There are some, obviously, with the seacoast, some obviously in the south versus Coos County. You're seeing some differences in terms of what's required, but not significant, and that's mainly because we are a small state. Over time, the building code, after initial adoption in the early 2000s, was adopted periodically, updated periodically by the state legislature. Back in, I believe it was about 2017 to 2019, the legislature started the process of creating a very clear process where now every 3 years, essentially, the state building officials, they come forward with an update. Representative McGuire has been the prime sponsor of that update for the past several sessions. So they look at the updated international building codes, which come out every 3 years, make suggestions to tailor those to New Hampshire, propose those to the legislature, and then if all goes smoothly, those go through with some changes. So we have a very clear process now. And so what that does is it updates the codes across the state every 3 years. So some of that prior legislation that was referenced, it did update both definitions as well as codes. So one of the problems that would be addressed kind of additionally by a one state, one code model is that a number of municipalities over time adopted amendments that are now out of date. Technically, because definitions have been updated, they should go through the update process, and under existing law, they would have to provide that to the State Building Code Review Board. And I believe some have provided or attempted to provide updates, but none of those have been approved yet and therefore not in effect. But it may be the case that at the local levels, was referenced by Representative Rise, some municipalities are attempting to enforce updates that are not yet actually in effect because they haven't gone through that existing legislative process. But it may be the case that at one point in time they did have those as mandates. I don't have any good examples for you of those changes that would be significantly affected. The one that I know of that comes to mind is Nashua has a very specific happy to take any questions the committee may have.
Any questions from the committee? Representative Schmidt?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So you've heard that we're going to have a subcommittee. And there's several questions been raised by representatives that clearly need to be further investigated and fleshed out and so forth. So you intend to participate because I think we need your input.
If I'm available, I'd be happy to participate.
Very good. Thank you.
Any other questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you very much for your testimony. And I would like to call Representative McGuire.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the committee. I'm just responding to the questions about local amendments. The situation is that last year we completely changed the process. We also updated the overall state building code from the 21 to the 2021 version all over. So any existing local amendments that applied to the previous version were automatically invalidated by that process. Some of them were would be able to be carried forward, and I believe at least one municipality has done so. They had a specific one. They brought it to the Building Code Review Board, and it was approved. And I would confirm that a large problem we have had in the past is that municipal amendments were not formally adopted. They were sometimes informally adopted or informally enforced by the building inspectors, which is very difficult to keep uniform and fair. So that's why we updated the process to require amendments to be formally approved by the town, so that if a town does want something specific, they can approve it, and have that would also require that all local amendments are posted on the State Building Code Review Board website so that people can know what's going on. That in the past, knowing what communities had which amendments, if any, was extremely difficult. So the current process as of 6 months ago is that the towns suggest a change, approve them by their legislative body, and submit them to the State Building Code Review Board to ensure that they are compatible with the state building code and the municipal authority, which in most cases means is more stringent than the basic state building code. Mr. Sherman can tell you more accurately than I can how many municipalities are in the process of approving them, but I did hear that at least one town did submit an amendment properly authorized, and it has been approved. So it is a very new process, so people are not always familiar with it. I did work a bit with the Municipal Association to help train towns and building inspectors about the new process, because it is different than what it had been. But so it is a change. Not everybody's up to it, but the intent is to make building code amendments be more transparent and more available and hopefully more uniform across the state.
Thank you. Representative Long?
On the subject of building inspectors sort of doing their own thing, how much ambiguity is there in the state building code that would allow someone to sort of make up their own interpretation of it?
I am not an expert, but I've read portions of the building code. In many cases, there are two or three different options of acceptable ways to do something. I've heard cases where the building inspector said, do it this way. There are also verbal instructions that are not incompatible with the building code, but they're different. And I have also anecdotally heard of building inspectors saying, well, that's how we do it here, without any formal approval or adoption of that change. And I will reiterate that the builder or the owner is perfectly free to adopt more stringent requirements than the state building code. I built my house in 2008 and 9, and it is much more energy efficient than the building codes at the time required, because my husband and I were willing to invest the money to do so. And that was our option, and it's worked out very well for us. As was stated, the state building code is a floor. It's not a ceiling.
Thank you. Representative Groda?
So my understanding, Representative McGuire, is that this bill would set the floor for the state, and if municipalities wanted to amend the code, there's a process for them to do so. But it sort of gets everybody on the same. No.
No, Representative Broda. This bill would say the town cannot make technical changes to the state building code. Mr. Sherman was saying that, well, you need to have a better definition of the enforcement process, but it's an administrative change, not a technical change. The current status is the towns can adopt changes to the state building code. This bill would remove that authority.
Follow up?
Well, thank you. But in the current rule, the current law says that they can amend it, but they have to apply there's an approval process for those. So that this bill removes all that.
Yes, it removes the entire municipal amendment process, and the amendment that is being contemplated is purely for, how we implement the inspections that are still required.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you very much. Is there anybody else here to speak on this bill? Seeing none, I will close the hearing on House Bill 428, and we will be in recess until 1:15. Thank you. I can make it to my hearing. 2 minutes.
Oh,
Did she close the hearing?
yes, except for that one.
We're running out of here like nobody did.
That'll be on third conversation.
Are you on the subcommittee?
Licensing.
No.
I'll look over you when somebody's testifying.
Where'd you get that?
Presentation, you're to answer questions. Donna's having a lot of trouble. She's in pain. My wife.
Former speaker.
And what happens is, you have to be careful with any medical procedure because the things of anesthesia or some more powerful drugs hurt her ability and anxiety.
Thank you and welcome back. I will open the hearing on House Bill 244 and welcome Representative McGuire.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the committee. Carol McGuire, Merrimack District 27. And House Bill 244 is a request of the Building Code Review Board. And it is intended to be a recodification and consolidation of the enforcement of the building and fire codes, to take it out of the random places it's currently scattered through, municipal authority, city authority, planning board authority, zoning board of appeals, take it out of all those places and consolidate it under 155, which is the state building code. 155A, whatever. And it is intended not to have any policy changes. But with a bill this size, it's always possible that there are some inadvertent misrepresentations or misreferences. And so I have planned all along that this go to subcommittee for examination by the subcommittee and any other interested parties. If you have any general questions, I'll try to answer them.
Are there any questions from the members of the committee? Representative Sellers?
Yeah, thank you. My question is, the idea of this is just to consolidate, like you said, to the point that everything is in one spot, right?
Yes.
And is it taking the authority away from the municipalities as well?
No, it is not taking away any authority of the municipalities to enforce the fire or building codes in their municipality, should they choose to do so.
Representative Groda?
Thank you. Representative McGuire, I just want confirmation from you that there's no change in policy as a result of these changes.
There is no change of policy intended by this bill. I cannot guarantee that there isn't one tucked away someplace, which is why it's going to subcommittee.
Seeing no other questions, thank you very much. Next, I'll call Philip Sherman.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the committee. For the record, my name is Philip Sherman. I speak as the chair of the Building Code Review Board, and I'm in favor of this bill. As confirmed by multiple people involved in the enforcement of the building code, there is at times extensive confusion about how implementation of the building code crosses paths with zoning and other land use statutes. Much of this confusion comes from sections that continue from a time before the state adopted a statewide code, and municipalities own the whole thing if they enforced a building code. Through 2024, a task force of the BCRB made an attempt to identify the land use sections related to building codes, building code enforcement, and building code appeals, and find a home for those in 155A. Our intent, as was previously stated, was that no permissions or no responsibilities would change. This would only be an editorial process. As you heard this morning, we recommend that certain portions of the land use chapters be moved to 155A by HB 428. We'll deal with that outside of this room as part of those changes. This is a complicated exercise on three fronts from our perspective. First, the related sections are splattered throughout the land use sections. They've just grown up over time. Some need to be moved, some need to be copied. So there are provisions in there that apply to both zoning and building code. We need to leave them in both places. Second, the land use provisions for appeals particularly have evolved to become a highly complex and sometimes expensive process. Lawyers and notifications and a bunch of this kinds of stuff. And this may not be required for at least all building code appeals. So we need to get many eyes on this to see if something of the somewhat onerous provisions really need to be carried over, or whether they can be skinnied down for building code purposes. And lastly, as you can predict, this is trying to edit a somewhat moving ship. 428 proposes to amend the process, as does at least one other bill currently in play. We do think, however, that the issues addressed in 428 are discrete enough to permit those to be moved. But trying to move this stuff at the same time other things are changing those same issues needs a lot of coordination. So for this reason, we would support moving this bill to a subcommittee with enough time allowed to deal with these issues. And I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you very much. Oh, sorry, I did not see you there. Representative Schmidt.
No problem. I put my hand up just as you turned away, so not your fault at all. So the question I have is, this is certainly the kind of thing that OPLC, sorry, not OPLC, OLS does when they have finished drafting a bill. They have two other drafters. One reads, one reads out loud. And that's to see that they don't have typos and that type of thing. Is this something that we should also ask them to look at? Because as drafters, they can see, has the language changed in any way, which is the warning that we've heard from both you and Chairman McGuire.
I think obviously that's a necessary step. What I don't know, and others can advise us, and certainly the subcommittee can figure out, is when that ought to happen. Our proposal is that some of the language ought to change because we've carried so much land use legal context over to the building code, because all we did was copy it. We didn't try and judge it. We just copied it over. 25 pages of stuff that can probably be significantly reduced. I think. We'll see. Now, whether OLS ought to review it before that or after that, or how that works, I'll leave for others. But
yeah, I don't think, if I might say, in preface to another question, that I don't think that they would have done that. If they were instructed to consolidate and transfer, that's what they would have done.
Yep.
But you will be guiding us in your capacity as enforcer or consultant, if you will, on all these codes. You're recommending the subcommittee. I presume you're going to participate vigorously and make suggestions along the lines that you think things should be slimmed down.
yes, and we've also gotten some support from the Municipal Association, who have people who really understand these issues, particularly on the land use side, more than we do, because that's not our remit, and can help.
Thank you. I think
help
all
get
of that is
sorted
helpful
out.
to know. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no other questions from the committee, thank you very much. And next I'll call Philip Jazik. Jazik. I'll get it right the more I see you.
Thank you again, Madam Chair. Philip J. Zach, Director of Communications for the New Hampshire Home Builders Association. I don't have a whole lot more to add after Chairman Sherman's testimony. We looked at it and we support anything that's, consolidating, simplifying, putting things in one place. So,
Thank you. Any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you. We appreciate that. Is there anybody else who would like to speak on House Bill 244 today? Seeing none, I will close the hearing on 244, and as stated, this will be going to a subcommittee. And we will recess until 2 o'clock when we will hear our next bill. Thank you.
All right, good afternoon. Welcome back. I'm opening the hearing on House Bill 96, and I call Representative Thomas.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the committee. For the record, my name is Wendy Thomas, and I represent the town of Merrimack. I'm here to discuss House Bill 96, which would require New Hampshire builders to use the 2021 Energy Building Codes or a similar code that achieves equivalent or greater energy savings. So, adopting the 2021 codes could spur economic growth in the following ways. It promotes green construction industry. The demand for sustainable and energy efficient buildings could attract new businesses and talent to New Hampshire's construction industry, especially with an increasing national focus on green building practices. Job creation, the implementation of the updated codes requires additional training for contractors, inspectors, and tradespeople. Buildings that meet higher standards of safety and energy efficiency often see increased property value. Homeowners who invest in energy efficient homes could see a return on investment, and these improvements could make New Hampshire a more attractive place for businesses and new residents. These economic benefits would not only support the construction industry, but also provide a boost to New Hampshire's local economy as a whole, particularly if the state embraces the growing trend of sustainable and resilient building. While it's true that short-term construction costs may rise, leading to higher housing prices and potential challenges for low-income families, the adoption of the 2021 building codes could help mitigate some of the state's housing challenges by reducing long-term costs. The improved efficiency of new homes could make them more affordable to maintain over time, even if initial construction prices rise. And with climate change likely exacerbating housing challenges, stronger, more resilient buildings can reduce future costs related to repairs, insurance, and infrastructure, thus keeping housing costs more stable in the long run. Additionally, higher property value for energy-efficient homes could encourage developers to build more, especially in growing urban and suburban areas, helping to address the ongoing housing shortage over time. Many other states have already adopted or are in the process of adopting newer energy codes, and New Hampshire risks being left behind if it delays the transition. By aligning with national standards, New Hampshire would maintain competitiveness and improve marketability. This alignment would also ensure that New Hampshire benefits from the innovation and progress happening in the building industry at a national level, which could further enhance the state's reputation as a forward-thinking, resilient place to live and work. On balance, however, adopting the 2021 building codes in New Hampshire by 2025 without further delay appears to yield better long-term results for the people of the state despite upfront challenges. While there are valid concerns regarding implementation costs and the impact on housing affordability, the overall benefits in terms of safety, sustainability, economic growth, and energy efficiency seem to outweigh the potential drawbacks. The energy efficiency improvements mandated by the 2021 codes will bring sufficient long-term benefits to homeowners, businesses, and states as a whole by lowering utility bills and providing economic resilience. Over time, the initial construction cost increases could be offset by these ongoing savings. Additionally, with more efficient buildings, New Hampshire can better manage rising energy demand and reduce its carbon footprint, which is critical for sustainability. New Hampshire is increasingly exposed to extreme weather events, including winter storms, flooding, and the effects of climate change, which include intense rainfall, coastal erosion, and high winds. The 2021 codes improve the resilience of buildings by addressing these issues. While these improvements come with upfront costs, they will likely reduce the need for extensive repairs or rebuilding after storms, which can be more expensive than proactive investment in resilience. Additionally, as climate change accelerates, these upgrades will protect lives and property, reducing the risk of economic loss from natural disasters. While the concerns about increased costs, potential slow adoption, and the impact on housing affordability are valid, The long-term benefits of adopting the 2021 building codes, especially in terms of safety, energy efficiency, and climate resilience, are likely to outweigh the costs. The investment in stronger, more sustainable, and energy-efficient buildings will not only help protect residents and property, but will also position New Hampshire for future economic growth and environmental sustainability. By adopting the new codes without further delay, New Hampshire will benefit from a safer, more resilient, and economically prosperous future, while still addressing the immediate challenges through phased implementation and support measures for builders and homeowners. Thank you, and I actually have a handout that comes from Governor Shaheen's office that identifies funding that could be related to this, adopting these codes, and I'll
Governor Shaheen's?
Governor Shaheen.
So it's 20
Oh,
years old?
Governor, geez, I'm sorry. It's been a really, really long day. Senator Shaheen, that would be Senator.
Thank you.
Thank
That-
you.
That may be more timely.
Sorry about that.
All right, thank you, and,
I'll
all right, are
be
there any
open for any
questions from
questions.
the committee? Representative Sellers? No. Representative Long?
You may not be the best person to ask about this. So for anyone else who's testifying, I would like to hear this answer if Representative Thomas is not able to answer it. Do you have an estimate of what the additional upfront costs are of building a house if the new energy code is adopted, and what the annual energy savings are?
Those do have estimates. From what I understand, those estimates may not be as reliable as people think they are, and I am not the best person to answer that.
We have other people who should provide more information. Yes, you're on the list to answer that question. Thank you. Representative Leon?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Representative, for bringing this to us. You spoke about some pretty good market opportunities where people will make more money building these homes. I'm just curious if you have anything that would prevent that from happening today.
Well, no, we're still building in New Hampshire. It's just that we're building buildings that are not as potentially as resilient as they could be. So we're building buildings today that may not have as good a resale value had we been doing it using these 21 codes.
That's all right.
Follow up?
So you're saying that right now people are limited and cannot adopt these new technologies? Or are you saying they simply aren't being forced to adopt these technologies? Because it was my understanding that you can build a passive house or anything that is highly energy efficient, and that's a choice that can be made.
There is a choice. Right now, it's not mandated. I think this is looking for a mandate. I mean, what you're saying is true. A friend of mine just sold her house and is building a net zero house in Massachusetts. I mean, there are some builders that will do that, but it's not across the board.
Thank you.
Okay. Questions? Representative Sellers?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So one question I have is the difference between 2018-21. Do you know what those changes are? I'm just trying to get an idea of what the builder has to put in to make the difference.
I am quite certain the people that will testify behind me will be able to answer that question.
Anyone else? All right, thank you very much. And
Thank you.
we'll start with some of the people that know about it. Mr. Sherman?
Madam Chair, members of the committee, for the record, my name is Philip Sherman, Chair of the Building Code Review Board. The BCRB at this time takes no position on this bill, but would ask, the sponsor notwithstanding, that it be amended to refer to the 2024 edition of the International Energy Conservation Code. As required by statute, we're entering into our review of the 2024 code, expected to be completed by June. And it only makes sense that we all look at the same document. At that point, I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Okay. Representative Howard?
Thank you for taking my question. So are there any potential glitches that occurred in the 2021 codes and could be the reason why we didn't adopt them? Thank you.
I guess I don't understand the question.
So obviously we kind of have a 3-year lag in adopting our building codes, and in 2021 or in 2024 we did not adopt the 2021 building codes. It's kind of the question. I was not on the committee. I didn't know necessarily if you knew what potential glitches were and why we did not adopt.
Yeah, just to, if I may correct one thing, we adopted the 2021 codes except for the energy code, which we held back at the 18 code. That was after an extensive amount of committee work on our board's part, with much input from outside. And the vote at that time was 9-4 to stay on the 18 code. Much of it, I think, came down to cost, and others can explain the details of that. My understanding is that the 2024 code corrects some of the issues that people found with the 2021 code, but that's just what I'm hearing. I don't have facts to back that up.
Representative Beretta?
Thank you. Mr. Sherman, from a practicality standpoint, is it better that we adopt building codes that are of the same year, so that the energy code and the building codes should go hand in hand, as opposed to accepting one that's 3 years behind the other?
I'll speak only for myself because I know that there are people who may disagree with this. There are some places where those codes interact in a significant way. For instance, if a code requires a mechanical system, then the mechanical code might refer to how to put that together. So we need to keep track of that stuff. I don't think it's been terribly difficult, or at least I haven't heard of major problems with the implementation of these codes to this point. But again, that's only a few months now, so.
Thank you, Representative Sellers.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So it makes sense bringing in the latest code. I get that. But are you asking them to, for the amendment to change it to the latest code before the latest code has actually been approved?
No, let me be sure to clarify. We're taking no position on the bill itself, whether it's a good idea or a bad idea. What we would ask is that it be amended to talk about the 2024 code if you're going to talk about a code, just so we're not going in opposite directions here.
Follow up.
Thank you. So has the 2024 code been approved, though?
No, it's been published. It was published last May, so it's been out on the street for people to read. Our board, by statute, is, given the timing of when we're supposed to review these codes, is just starting our review now.
Thank you.
Which will end in June, presumably.
That's the full suite of 2024 codes, not just the energy code.
That's right, yeah.
Okay. Representative Schmidt?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So the bill is premised on the idea that a greater degree of efficiency in a whole gamut of areas. I don't have to speak to you about what they are because that's your area of expertise. But are there not studies out there? I don't think the BCRB is probably doing that, but are there studies of it out there that you're aware of that speak to the idea of the efficiency? Because I don't think that Representative has, come up with this whole concept on her own, because it requires a lot of expertise that the economy looks at all the time, right? What is the most efficient way to do this? And that's the basis of selling X, Y, and Z to improve your house in any one of a number of different ways. So are you aware of studies that validate the underlying premise of Wendy's of her thesis that underlies this bill? And I'm grasping pretty wide, I understand, but this is an area you're probably fishing in to some degree.
It's an area that our board is fishing in to some degree. I'm not an expert on the energy code. I know just enough to get into trouble. My charge mostly is to try and manage the process. So we have a committee of our board members, 5, I think, who are entering the period of reviewing that. At the same time, they will go back and look at the report that was generated last year when they analyzed the 2021 code. I'm sorry, yeah, whenever that was, 2 years ago. So they've got to look at two jumps of this thing if we go to 2024. If we only go to 2021, we have no charge to go back and relook at that. That report is on the website. It's publicly available. And we'll just do what the legislature says, if that's the decision.
Thank you.
Other questions? Representative Howard?
So thank you for taking my question. Since there's a 3-year, since we usually look at adopting these codes in a 3-year lag, would it be okay to potentially look at the 2021 codes this year, and then in 2027, when we approach the time when we look at adopting all of the 2024 codes, would that be acceptable?
To be acceptable to somebody. Let me, if I might, just give a little bit of history. There was a delay in adopting the 2015 codes. When they got adopted, we then worked on the 2018 codes, which I think happened slightly into COVID. So we've had a lot of sand in the gears, if you will, on getting onto an orderly sequence. The decision of the board, and it was reviewed with the advisory committee at one point, was that we would spend 2 years on the 2018 codes, which we did, and then 2 years on the 2021 codes, which we're in the middle of now. And then once we get to the 2024 code was the time to go on to an orderly 3-year, hopefully, adoption sequence, which would still leave us a cycle behind the published codes, which is where the legislature wants us. But it would then get onto a much more predictable thing if everything goes well. So certainly codes can be moved down the road, but it moves us away from, farther down the road to get to this 3-year cycle, which seems to be desired by a lot of people. It's to get onto something more predictable.
Yes. I will
Thank you for
mention that the history was that we don't want to adopt any of the codes immediately after their publication, because there are generally what one might call typos and mistakes that the early adopters are very nicely finding for us, and so we can not implement those sections. Adopting them couple of years after they're out gives time to flush out these little mistakes. Okay. Yes, Representative Groda.
So I think one of the issues that this committee has been wrestling with are the benefits of these codes, of the energy code, in light of the potential increase in costs. Since we've adopted the 2018 energy codes, to whom should we look for a review of the benefits that people have, that the construction industry and their customers have benefited from? Like, we adopted these codes. I remember when we did that, it was quite controversial. So, not controversial, but it was there were a lot of teeth gnashing. We made the decision to do it. So what benefit have we seen as a state from home builders whose houses include those code changes?
Let me be sure I understand your question. The benefits of having stayed on the 18 code, there are others here who can answer that question.
Okay, follow up. The benefits of adopting those 2018 energy code, and I thought of another question.
I think we did that in 2021.
21, I believe.
21.
Yes.
And in 24, we declined to go to the 21 code. So the home builders should have information from their point of view. I'm not sure who else would be tracking the benefits to the owners of homes built to that code. follow-up.
And do you recall, did we adopt only part of the code? Is it possible that when we review these codes, we find that we want to adopt some of them and not others? Is that possible to do that, or do we have to adopt them in their entity?
Well, by not adopting a 2021 energy code 2 years ago, we've done what you said, right? We've broken that package. The energy code itself, for those of you who have not been into it, consists of two codes, one for residential buildings up to 3 stories, the other for sort of everything else, larger residential and all the span of commercial, other than some fairly small commercial entities. So there was a proposal by one representative last year that perhaps we would split the two parts of the energy code. It's certainly doable, but I think some of the building officials here and maybe the designers will comment on the difficulty in having to try and remember which book you're in for what project and what part of what project. I've not seen that done in any other jurisdiction. I can't say it hasn't been done. I just haven't seen it. But
And
it was a proposal last year.
And I will say that last year we did adopt one specific element of the 21 code, which was the air change requirement. That was specifically adopted as an amendment to the 18 code. Representative Sellers?
Thank you. So would it be your board that could actually give us a list of differences from 18 to 24? So we know what the changes are?
Yeah, that's one of the things we're grappling with right now is how to present that. There are lists, there's already a list of 18 to 21, and then that needs to be melded somehow from 21 to 24, just for our purposes, which then goes to the report that comes to you folks.
Yeah. All right, Representative Land?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just to make sure that I understand this whole process, normally you're reviewing them and then giving us the input before we look to make a change in the law, and this would be changing the process.
Our charge involves recommending legislation. Yeah, nothing we do goes anywhere until it comes here and on from here.
As a follow-up,
follow-up.
this would sort of be putting the cart before the horse to tell you to adopt the 24 before you've had a chance to do that review. Or at least changing the normal order.
Well, no, it tells them to adopt the 21 code,
Oh,
which
sorry.
they have already reviewed and have the changes and the committee vote not to adopt,
Thank you.
if that's correct.
Yes, I think. Yes, it impacts the normal order of things, which is we do the review, then it comes here for your review and approval or denial. And then to the governor from there. So,
Other questions? All right, thank you very much.
you're welcome.
All right. Yes, Representative Schmidt, sorry.
Thank you. Is this going to subcommittee?
I think so.
Okay.
And we have always had help from these people. Matt Mayberry?
Good afternoon. My name is Matt Mayberry. I'm the CEO of the New Hampshire Home Builders Association. We represent the 27,000 people in New Hampshire, your constituents, that work in the residential building trades. We cannot find the words to come out more strongly against this bill. And I can tell you why. We've had this conversation before, so it's kind of like deja vu all over again. The cost of the 21 energy code, and I'm going to back up a quick second. The last two speakers kind of convoluted things. So let's open the drapes and make it really clear. We supported and adopted as a state, and the New Hampshire Home Builders supported it, the 2021 building codes. That's law. That's what my folks are building right now. The energy codes, which are being very cleverly weaved into building codes, The energy codes, we worked with you folks and passed the 2018 energy codes for real simple reasons. $76 million of consumer housing debt shoved down the throats of home buyers. That's based upon the 4,512 building permits that were pulled in 2023 at an average cost, and I was going to leave her name out of it, but since Representative Thomas brought forward Senator Shaheen states that to upgrade to the 21 energy code costs $17,000. That's low, but let's use her numbers. That's $76 million of consumer debt on your constituents. Most people can't write a check for $17,000. So they roll it into their mortgage. 6.5%, 30-year fixed, that comes out to be over $200 million of consumer debt for the next 30 years. On that same program, on WMUR, with Adam Sexton, he asked her, what's the annual payback on these upgrades? And she looked right at him and said, $500 a year. I did not go to college, but I don't need a degree from Harvard to do the simple math. You will never live to see your payback. Your grandchildren won't live to see that payback. There was a conversation about, well, just, amend the bill to do the 24 energy codes. Please don't do that. We're here talking about the 21 energy codes. Don't shove, please, the 2024 energy codes down our throats. Let us go through the process. Let's talk about that separately. Because if we did the math, and I did beforehand, from the National Association of Home Builders, if we were to jump from the 18 energy code to the 24 energy code, we have it as $31,000. That's just shy of 140 million of consumer debt. Let's be super conservative. Let's cut it in half. That's $15,500. That's $69 million of consumer debt. The largest tax increase placed upon the home buyers of the Granite State. That comes out at the end of a 30-year mortgage to $182 million of consumer debt. This is the green energy tax. Make no mistake. This is a mandate. The reason why we go through the process of reviewing these things and then coming to you, asking you to adopt, say, the 24 energy code, and the reason why there's a 3-year lag is we're very sensitive to the unintended consequences and the unintended cost. That's why we do have a 3-year lag. That's why we said we can build to the 2021 building codes. No problem. We'll do that. We'll do our part. But if we went with the 2021 energy code, folks, you're going to make attainable housing just a nice idea for someone from Cambridge to come up and buy a house with. Rank and file people living in New Hampshire can't afford it. I was at the Housing Committee yesterday testing on 3 bills, and we heard over 30 people testifying how they can't afford to live in New Hampshire. Why in the world would we strap on another $20,000 on top of a house that folks already can't afford? Why would we do that? It's pretty simple. So we have a sample of what the 24 code will look like, because one of the questions was, what does 18 to 24 look like? To repair the air leaks, about $3,000. To go to a ground source heat pump, just shy of $22,000. To upgrade air conditioning units, that's at least $1,200 of an upgrade. To go to the higher efficiency gas storage water heater at $6,500. Ladies and gentlemen, let me be really clear. Our 27,000 people will build any home you want. It's your choice. If you want a net zero home, tell us. We'll build it. We're working with you folks on an ADU for 950 square feet. We'll build it. We're consumer driven. If you want it, we'll build it. But please don't mandate $76 million of consumer debt on home buyers in New Hampshire, especially now. So as you can tell, I get a little excited about that. So I'll dial it back. But we're here to work with you. We work with the BCRB. We live in New Hampshire. We love New Hampshire. I'm going to stop talking now.
Okay. Thank you. Are there any questions from the committee? Representative Schmidt?
Can you be here for the subcommittee, Matt?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Oh, Representative Long, thank you.
Would this change discourage new construction? And if it would, I guess, how much more efficient is the 2018 building code versus whatever new construction might be replacing?
I'm a little confused, Representative. I'm sorry. So if we're at the 2018 Energy Code, because that's what this is about, because we already have the 21 Energy Building Code.
So I can clarify.
Yep.
So one of my concerns about this bill is that it might discourage new construction, although our housing market is hot enough that I'm not sure if it would. And I would assume that a house built under the 2018 code, while it's not as efficient as the 2021 code, would still be more efficient than whatever is already existing prior to the 2018 code.
Absolutely. For those homes that were built in 1950, 1960, that, still plenty of, yes, of course, they're much more energy efficient. We'll still build, but you need to look at who you want as tenants, because those costs are going to get passed on dollar for dollar to the tenant. So those high rents are going to go a little bit higher. Those homes, they're going to just now become $20,000 more high. So it won't stop the building, but it'll stop who's coming to the state. It'll stop who lives in the state. It'll stop who works in the state.
Okay. Representative Dargy?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you for taking my question. You mentioned the ground source heat pump as being the most expensive item in the new code. Can you talk about that topic a little bit? Is it in the 18 code, the 21 code, and the 24 code? And briefly, what is it?
Absolutely. It's in the 24 code, and it's, if I read correctly, that it is a geothermal heat system. So it would, come through the earth, cool or heat, and come back up and be recycled through.
Follow up.
And that's mandated in the 24 code? Every house will have to have a geothermal?
From the research I did in the last 48 hours regarding this, I'm going to pause, sir. I don't want to misspeak. I will find out and get you the correct answer, because I don't want to mislead anyone.
All right, thank you.
Would you like me to get back to you, sir?
Please get back to the whole committee, because I think having the question raised means we're all interested in the answer.
I'm on the subcommittee, so I think you could bring it to the subcommittee and then it'll come back to the committee.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Anyone else? Representative Sellers?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So why do we have an energy code if we already have a building code? Shouldn't it be one and the same?
Sometimes the social construct of people placing political views into the public arena drives agendas. We have folks who want to go to net zero and green energy and the whole myriad of issues. So they, send out the energy code separately. So it is confusing. That's why I took the time to talk about the building code is 2021. We're talking about the energy code. I'm not speaking down, it gets really confusing.
To some degree, the energy code sets requirements and the building code gives the way to implement the requirements. Like insulation, I think, is one of them.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Mayberry, you said that according to Senator Shaheen, the 21 code imposed about $17,000 of costs above the 18 code, and
Yes.
the payback was $500 a year.
Yes.
Okay, well, for the committee's delectation, that's a 34-year payback plus however long it takes for the interest to borrow the money up front, which would approximately the same length of time in my experience. So that's the interpretation of it. Any other questions? Representative Rees.
Thank you. I appreciated your offering the different numbers of debt that might accumulate. I'm deeply concerned about the affordable housing crisis here in New Hampshire, but I'm wondering if you are also prepared to offer any comments or numbers about the indirect costs borne by everybody in the community that results from inefficient use of energy and global warming and climate change.
I think that would be describing the color blue,
Mm-hmm.
up to interpretation. So I don't want to guess because I have facts for you folks, and you make fact-based decisions.
Okay. Any other questions? All right, seeing none, thank you, Mr. Mayberry.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank
John-
you, committee.
John Gage.
Hello, Chairwoman, community. Thank you for taking my testimony today. I just had a couple thoughts about that. I read a quick article on New Hampshire Business Review. Mara Hoplin-Mazian wrote that these changes from 2018 to 2021 expect to improve energy efficiency by 10%. And I think 17,000 sounds very high from what I've read about the estimates. Don't know, but I've read $3,000. So I think you should get some more opinions about that. Okay, so I have written testimony. New Hampshire failed to update its building efficiency codes last year, leaving the state behind our neighbors in new building efficiency requirements. It's far cheaper to build energy efficiency into a building during the construction than to retrofit the improvements later. I just retrofitted my own house, which is 40 years old. It was $9,000 to increase the insulation in the ceilings of a couple places and in some walls and do other work. It's much easier for the homeowner if it's done ahead of time. Efficient buildings cost a little more to build, so builders don't like this change because their new buildings compete with existing stock. However, more energy efficient homes save homeowners many times over the initial construction cost in reducing energy spending, and more efficient homes are more comfortable. Government intervention is necessary to require builders to build more efficient homes. The New Hampshire economy will benefit from doing so because it will let New Hampshire homeowners save money they can spend on things other than out-of-state produced fossil fuels. And finally, while the payback is quick, even under the current market conditions, the payback will be even quicker when it is no longer free to pollute. And that is increasingly likely. So it would be wise for New Hampshire to anticipate a future carbon price on fossil fuels, which will drive higher fossil fuel prices. Carbon pricing is spreading around the world, prices are rising, and CBAMs are putting increasing pressure on the US to price carbon. The US is now the only developed country without a carbon price, and other countries and regions are about to start charging us for our free pollution when we do trade with them. Federal carbon pricing is inevitable, and New Hampshire should both prepare for it and tell Congress to do it with a good policy like carbon fee and dividend to protect New Hampshire citizens and businesses and hold other countries accountable. Sorry, I have some handouts.
Thank you for that. And since it is going to subcommittee, we'll have plenty of time to read this and you don't have to read it to us.
Okay, that was all. I'm done reading. So the handout. So what I'm going to try to do is convince you that the U.S. government is going to have to price carbon in the next 10 years. And the reason that it's important to convince you that that's happening is that if we continue using the 2018 building codes and building more stock that is not 10% more efficient, what is a missed opportunity already is going to become a bigger missed opportunity and a hardship for families, especially low and middle income families that are in new houses that are already obsolete as far as their building efficiency. So 75 countries and regions are pricing carbon. That's about triple the number from a dozen years or so ago. Prices are rising. The EU price is around $70 per ton of CO2. Canada is about the same, and they're rising. The International Panel on Climate Change has a minimum carbon price that's required globally to have a chance to meet our climate goals. The US price is still zero, except for a few states. Our major trading partners are on that rising price path. They know what it is, and they're getting to the point of a high enough price where it becomes a trade problem for them. And that's where CBAMs, carbon border adjustments, come in. So the European Union is the first country that will implement a CBAM in 2026. It actually was implemented 2 years ago on paper. US exporters of energy-intensive goods, steel, cement, aluminum, plastics, have to calculate the embedded emissions in their products from producing it in the US so that when they sell it to the EU, they calculate what their carbon footprint of that product is, so that in 2026, when the EU starts charging their CBAM, they will pay the EU when US goods go into the EU economy. The UK's CBAM starts in 2027. Japan's CBAM starts in 2028. Australia is looking at doing this, and Canada is looking at doing this. So the US businesses don't have this on the horizon yet, but when they start actually having to pay other countries and those prices are rising, they will be subject to a competitive disadvantage as other countries are decarbonizing using the most effective methods and US carbon footprint products are not. So New Hampshire should be anticipating a federal carbon price, a price on pollution. There's good ways to do this that are revenue neutral and hold other countries accountable. But the thing that you guys thinking about this bill should realize is that the energy market is changing. Why do efficiency codes and building codes kind of mean, why are they done together as one thing? Because that is, it's integral to the building that people buy. It's not just a frame and walls. It's also how much it costs to operate. By increasing our energy efficiency in new buildings, we're anticipating changes in the energy market that we cannot avoid. And all homeowners that buy these houses will greatly appreciate it. Thank you.
Can I interpret your comments to say that you're expecting energy costs to rise significantly and is not considered in other issues?
That's correct. If you look at the single page sheet, one of the sides has statements from all the major fossil fuel producers. They all agree climate change from their product is happening. They all agree that carbon pricing is the logical market-based approach to solve it. And this is happening on a quarter of all the fossil fuels that are sold in the world, and it's spreading. So yes, so we can do it with carbon fee and dividend, returning the money collected from fossil fuel producers so people come out ahead.
Yes, was the answer. Thank you.
The answer is yes.
Does anyone else have questions? Representative Howard.
Thank you for taking my question. So when you were initially talking about some of the upgrades that you performed on your home, you said that $9,000 was spent on your 40-year home What was the original cost of that home?
I bought it used.
Well, yes, but how much did you pay?
187,000, I think.
All right, wonderful. Could I have a follow-up?
Follow up.
All right, wonderful. And how much do you believe you have made back each year due to these upgrades?
Well, I just made them this summer.
Oh, all right, yeah.
So there hasn't been much time for payback, except the upstairs is 5 degrees warmer than it was before with the heat set in the same level. I pulled out my heating of water and put in a heat pump water system in the basement. I constantly run a dehumidifier in the basement all summer long to keep it dry. This is automatic dehumidification in the summertime. As it operates, it naturally pulls water out of the air as it's heating the water. So it's taking care of. I won't know the cost. What the guy that installed the whole system and I replaced my furnace too. That broke too. It was an expensive year last year. Thought I would be burning 50% less oil, and the heating of the water would be much cheaper than it was when I was using oil to heat it. So my home is more comfortable. I wish the house had been built to the standards that I am trying now. I can't get it to that, but I hit the most important parts. It's a lot of hassle. You have to deal with contractors yourself. These guys are brilliant. They know how to build buildings. I had to learn heating systems and vapor barriers, and we did blower tests and like how much do I want to spend versus the U.S. agencies that made these 2021 building efficiency standards looked at cost and availability of what these standards would do to the building stock, and it didn't make a difference. They determined, part of developing the standard is to not break things, and so that calculation has been done, and I believe other states around us are already using these codes, and they don't seem to be having problems. We do seem to be the donut hole in New England as far as energy efficiency goes, and people moving into the state will think that. Do you want to live in a cheap to operate house that's comfortable in Vermont or Maine or Massachusetts, or do you want to go into New Hampshire and you're kind of on their own because their efficiency codes are out of date, and you might save a couple bucks when you buy the house, but you're going to pay year after year for that luxury.
All right, thank you so much.
Okay. Other questions? Thank you very much, Mr. Gage. Alex Katrubis.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the committee. My name is Alex Katrubis. I'm with the Associated General Contractors of New Hampshire. I replaced Gary Abbott this summer, so I'm about 6 months in the new role. So please be gentle with me. It's actually my first hearing in the new position. We are opposed to this legislation, and I just want to remind the committee, and it's kind of been said before, but I don't know how explicit it's been. In 2024, House Bill 1059, which I've handed out the committee report in the docket. This committee voted 20-0 to not adopt the 2021 Energy Code. That was last year. And as you can see, it's in the committee report. And I looked up the vote. The Building Code Review Board voted 9-4 to not adopt the 2021 Energy Code last year in 2024. So this committee and the experts on the Building Code Review Committee rejected the 2021 Building Code a very short time ago. Governor Sununu signed House Bill 1059 in August of last year, so not that long ago. So we're already back again. I don't know really what's changed all that much in the last few months, but here we are. I also handed out an article from the Concord Monitor that talks about a housing development in the south end of Concord, and it was a multi-phase apartment building. You can see if you read the article, the rents are very affordable for 1 and 2 bedroom homes. And the developer talks about in the article, high interest rates and high construction costs have put the additional phases of that project in jeopardy because he's saying the construction costs are too high. And a bill like this has the potential, I think, significant potential to add construction costs and put some of these important housing projects at risk. As I said, the Building Code Review Committee really, they're the experts that should be reviewing these types of bills before they go to the legislature. We would certainly urge the committee to not do anything in the 2025 session and wait until the review is done in June. Perhaps we can look at doing something in 2026. But just as a reminder, that the jump to the 2018 codes was a pretty significant jump in terms of the types of requirements that were put on builders. These tests, as you heard, can cost thousands of dollars. The upgrades can cost thousands of dollars. And I agree with everything that the home builders said. These costs are just going to get passed on to the users of these buildings, whether they're in rent or owning situations. It can take decades to recoup the cost of the initial investment. And we want the consumers to have the choice. We'll build the Taj Mahal if that's what people want, but it may not be affordable for everyone. So we want people to have the choice. If you want a significantly energy efficient home or commercial building, we will build to that. If you want something that just meets the code or somewhere in between, we want to work with the individuals that purchase these buildings. So that's really all I have to say. I'm happy to provide my written testimony, but again, we would just urge from the commercial side, let's let the Building Code Review Committee complete its work, which you heard is not going to be done until June. And perhaps we could look at some kind of compromise where we adopt pieces of 21 and 24, but we just don't think this bill is ready for prime time. Happy to participate in the subcommittee. I'm even happy to see if I can get a commercial builder at the meeting to see if there's more questions in detail that you'd like to ask that individual. I'm happy to try to do that if you think it's helpful to the committee.
Thank you. Are there questions from the committee? All right, seeing none, thank you, and we'll
Thank you
look for
very
you at the
much.
subcommittee. Paul Bemis?
We're going to testify together, I believe, with Bruce.
Okay, you're Bruce Buttrick? Yes, okay, thank you. Thank you, that'll help.
Speed it up.
Yes, that's what I meant.
Thank you, Madam Chair, committee members. My name's Bruce Buttrick. I live in Goffstown. I'm here as a resident, but also because I belong to a engineering industry association, ASHRAE, American Society of Heating, Refrigeration, Air Conditioning Engineers. It's international, and its membership's about 55,000 people. I'm not representing them, but I use their standards. One of their standards being the standard of ASHRAE 90.1, which is the energy code primarily in the commercial function of it, but there are some residential elements of that as well. Also, there's the International Energy Conservation Code, the IECC, which is produced by the International Code Council, which is a big umbrella of all the building codes. And I'm going to say building codes meaning plumbing, electrical, well, not electrical, the mechanical, HVAC, building, and some fire codes. So it's a very convoluted bucket to put in as building codes. But I'll give you a little background of myself. I'm retired, but I started out after college working for a mechanical engineering firm in Boston. And with that entailed working with mechanical codes, fire protection, and building codes, as well as the ASHRAE being a function having standards for refrigeration, whatever. After several years, I went to the contractor side as project manager for a mechanical contractor in Manchester. After that, I went to the dark side and became a building inspector, specifically a mechanical inspector, City of Nashua for 15 years plus.
That was primarily gas piping and HVAC. And most recently, I morphed into a land use zoning administrator and finished out my career. With that, I'll introduce Paul in a bit. I'm going to work on the elements of the policy of energy codes and the benefits. And I wanted to alert or reference the handout, the first page. I went online to see what the testimony was. And as of 10 o'clock, there were 45 that supported this bill, 6 that opposed it. So there is some good support for this, at least for addressing the energy code and possibility of adopting that. As I said, the energy code function from ASHRAE is collaborated with the ICC, and it becomes the IECC, International Energy Code, Conservation Code, which has a residential element as well as the commercial element. So my speech is the second handout, and basically it's the benefits of adopting energy codes. As we know, energy codes are regulatory. I'm not going to read the whole thing, just the highlights, so you're spared that. Energy codes are regulatory standards. Basically, the energies to improve the energy code, it's to improve energy efficiency of buildings, and thereby reducing the energy consumption, the demand, and the greenhouse gas emissions, whatever. Simply put, it's the worst house you can legally build. When you have a building code, energy code, plumbing code, it's the floor level. It's a D-. It's the minimum. That's all we're asking for, is that minimum standard to have to build to achieve the benefits of all the building codes and the energy codes. So what are the benefits? The environmental benefits, reduction of greenhouse gases. By setting energy efficiency standards for buildings, these codes ensure that less energy is consumed for heating, cooling, lighting, and other operational needs. This in turn leads to a decrease in the burning of fossil fuels. Conservation of natural resources. The implementation of energy codes help conserve natural resources by decreasing the demand for energy. Improved air quality, lower energy consumption, the demand, means there's fewer emissions from the power plants, which in turn results in cleaner air. The economic benefits, the cost savings. Energy efficient buildings require less energy to operate, which translate into lower utility bills. From a mechanical designer standpoint, the tight energy efficient building, I didn't have to provide a bigger heating plant. It was reduced for that heat loss for the load of the building. I didn't have to provide as large a mechanical systems because of that efficient building shell. The increased energy security. We would like to have energy independence. Energy efficient buildings help stabilize the energy grid by decreasing the peak demand, which can prevent blackouts, reduce the need for costly infrastructure upgrades. And then the societal benefits. It enhanced their comfort and well-being. We improved the insulation, the ventilation, and temperature control systems. It ensures that the indoor spaces are kept at optimal conditions regardless of the external weather conditions. Today's a great example. And the benefits to the taxpayer. The Energy Code ensures that all buildings, especially state and municipal buildings that are built and owned, that they meet minimum energy performance standards. This directly benefits the taxpayers, as energy efficient buildings are less costly to operate. So in conclusion, the adoption and implementation of energy codes should be a priority for policymakers, the industry stakeholders, and the general public alike, as we collectively strive towards a more energy efficient world. So I basically did the benefits of the energy code. Paul's the numbers guy. He's the real engineer. And I'm going to let Paul, there was a question that I'm going to answer because I did get involved with codes adoptions, whatever. When the building codes and the energy codes, plumbing codes change from one edition to another edition, say the 18 to 21, I'm going to say the organizers that are writing these they will do substantial changes from that version to another version. For us as inspectors, we'd know, oh my gosh, this changed. It was a cheat sheet, 2-page, whatever. What changed from that code to that code? So we'd know that, okay, we've got to get into the new program of the new code. They never had the numbers of how much is that incremental cost going to do to incur those changes. Other than that, that's basically, and again, the number of codes, the international codes were kind of like a family of codes, and that's why they rolled them into the plumbing code, the mechanic code, the fire code, and the building code, because sometimes in the building code it said you can design, fabricate the egress exits in accordance to the fire code, and then make a reference to another code that complements that code that you're on. So if you happen to break them apart from the 21 to an 18, it can get disjointed and it doesn't meld well. And that's one of my concerns of having to stay on the 18 is we got left behind. We may not mesh well with the 21s, which are currently adopted. So I think I'm finished with my spiel, and I'm going to go to the numbers.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for having both of us here and members of the committee. My name is Paul Bemis. I am an engineer, mechanical engineer, undergrad, University of New Hampshire, graduate school electrical engineering at Northeastern University, and also an MBA. I own a company called Applied Math Modeling. We do mathematical modeling for high-performance data centers. So I'm a building scientist and I've been involved with building science most of my adult life. I wanted to testify today that in favor of this bill, HB 96, the 2021 codes are quite important for a number of reasons. Bruce mentioned a number of these, including, of course, energy efficiency and cost savings. There's another big one that we often don't talk about. It's human health. If you have a building that has proper insulation and a proper vapor barrier, which are the two key things in the 2021 code compared to the 2018 code, you have a home that is much more comfortable and you have humans who are much healthier. This is because mostly the vapor barrier keeps humidity both in and out. In the wintertime, like today, it keeps humidity in so that you can operate in the 40 to 60% relative humidity range that is required to make humans healthy. If you drop below 40%, which a leaky building will do, that will cause problems with your immune system because it dries out the silica in your upper respiratory system that is used to defend yourself against airborne pathogens. In addition, airborne pathogens, generally, if the humidity is high, will be wet and will fall to the ground. When it's dry, they don't. They float in the atmosphere, and you can ingest them and become sick. This is a leading cause of airborne transmission from diseases ranging from simple influenza to COVID-19 to the measles to the common flu. Indoor air quality is important from not just a quality of environment and comfort point of view, it is important from a human health point of view. Now, just speaking to the issue of cost, there's been a lot of discussion about high cost. The studies that have been done by on behalf of the Department of Energy by the Pacific National Northwest Lab, which is one of the best labs in the country. I know them, I've worked with them, they've been my customer a number of times, indicates the cost to go from the 2018 code to the 2021 code is $2,350. It's not a big number. It's a small number, $2,300. Furthermore, when you go to the 2021 code, you have, as Bruce pointed out, a smaller footprint of heating and cooling, which means you can reduce the size of your heating and cooling system. An example of this is a new home I went and visited in Maine who did conform to the 2021 codes. To give you an example, the home is equivalent to approximately my size of my home, about 2,600 square feet, a modest home. They were heating it with 33,000 BTUs. Mine takes 100,000, factor of 3 more to heat and cool my home compared to theirs because it was built to the 2021 standards. So the studies that are credible suggest a savings, as stated by John, of $531 a year in average cost savings for this geography. But that's on an investment of $2,300, not $20,000, $2,300. We're talking here predominantly about the amount of insulation. The ceiling goes to R50, the walls go to R30. The subfloor gets insulated as well. Once you have your building insulated, it will sustain its temperature. So that on a cold night, like last night we went through, you get up in the morning and your home is, or office or commercial building is roughly the same temperature as it was when you left, because it rides. It's called a thermal ride, the ability to ride through the night because it has mass. The mass has temperature. It holds on to it because it's not dumping it to the atmosphere. I think many of us woke up today to a cool environment in our homes. If it wasn't cold in it, it's because you were burning a lot of probably fossil fuel, and it was probably cold in certain sections. Conforming to the 2021 code would eliminate that. The home would have a constant uniform temperature throughout it. This is very important for not only human health, but energy efficiency. This is true in all of our commercial buildings. It's true also in our public buildings. It's true in our schools. The other thing these codes do, 2021 in particular, is it puts in a way to get fresh air into the building. And it absorbs the heat going out so that it doesn't get dumped to the atmosphere. It's better than opening the window because it takes the heat that's leaving the building and transfers it to the incoming air through an energy recovery ventilator that gives you fresh, clean air and still maintains the same thermal environment. So there are many reasons why the 2021 code makes a lot of sense. If we continue to wait and study the 2024 code, we're going to miss the opportunity to update these homes and buildings that are being built now, and going back and trying to retrofit them is extremely expensive. Imagine trying to insulate a subfloor once it's been poured. It's virtually impossible. You have to jackhammer it and try to do it, or even the walls, as John pointed out, in an older home, or ceilings. Very hard to do once the building's built. But during the construction of the building, putting a little more insulation in it, putting an improved vapor barrier in it or on it will improve it and make it last longer. One other point about vapor barriers is that it extends the life of the building. If moisture's coming in and say it's cold inside, it's going to hit the cold, condensate, and make mold. Same thing on the way out. If it's cold out and you're warm in, moisture's going to go back out through the wall, hit the cold, make mold, pollute the environment. It's going to rot the wood. Happens over and over and over. We've seen it many, many times. If you have a proper vapor barrier, it cannot happen because moisture can't pass it. So keeping the humidity in the environments constant, or at least within the range of 40 to 60, is important for human health. Keeping the temperature constant is a human comfort factor. Both of them tend to reduce the energy footprint to the point where you can operate with a lower heating, cooling, ventilation equipment. This has been proven over and over again. In fact, I want to just, while I'm testifying, read a statement from James Peterson. James Peterson is one of the key builders in this state, Peterson Engineering. They're a design build firm out of Portsmouth. Dear legislators, I am writing in support of the adoption of the 2020 Energy Code. My name is James Peterson. I've been practicing professional engineering in the state of New Hampshire since 1991, resident of Portsmouth. Completed a term in the New Hampshire Code Review Board in the past. Myself and my staff of 24 engineers and support staff are experts in energy and buildings, energy use in buildings. In summary, designing buildings to the 2021 Energy Code improves energy efficiency of the building, enclosures, and separates the indoors from the outdoors. The enclosure improvements, costs, increments are offset by the reduced heating and cooling equipment and system capital cost. Unrelated but important, other perks include the buildings that are healthier, more comfortable for occupants, more durable, simpler, easier to maintain, and can continue to be occupied long after an event has knocked out the heating and cooling or taken it offline. such as a grid failure or the inability to get fuel for some reason due to a catastrophic case. This is in contrast to existing buildings that require evacuation during cold weather if the heat goes off during a cold snap because the pipes will freeze. James Peterson. So I'm here to advocate for no personal reason. I don't have an agenda here. There's no money involved with my situation. I own a software company, but I'm a building scientist. I understand why these codes have been put in place. I would encourage the adoption of this House bill as quickly as we can do it. I can also answer some questions that came up earlier if you would like, ones that
Please.
you were asking about. Cost, I already touched upon cost. $2,300 is the estimated cost of the incremental increase associated with it. I'd also
Excuse
like
me,
to
that's
point
from 18 to 21.
18 to 21, that is correct.
Thank you.
I'd also like to point out that if you finance your home, which is quite normal, the payback in terms of cash is quite quick. The increased down payment would be $401 due to the $2,300 increment, an increase of a cost of $61, but the savings is $537 per year, so you're positive cash in 2 years. Total payback in 6, simple payback in 6. Because the numbers are fairly modest. It's fairly small. I did review the report that was referenced by Mr. Mayberry, and the report and the study that was done was heavily slanted in favor of a predetermined outcome. It seemed as though the people who were creating it wanted the numbers to look bad. As an example, they used a price of energy that was extremely low. They used natural gas, for example. We don't all use natural gas here. Many people use oil. And they used a number that was very, very small. When they went to look at cost, they took the worst possible case in terms of cost increase and added that on. And so the payback period looked bad. So it was a simple case of trying to make the numbers look like they wanted to be a predetermined outcome. Since then, there's been a couple of journalists that I could reference who have looked into this and found out the study was financed by the National Gas Association of the United States of America. It's fossil fuel. And it's not just New Hampshire. This is a campaign, ASHRAE's been dealing with this issue. This is a campaign that's gone on around the country. The fossil fuel people want you to consume
Excuse me,
fossil fuels.
You can't know their motives, so please don't impugn
Okay.
them. The
It's
facts
certain-
are fine, but
Sure.
no motives.
Okay. Ground source heat pump came up as a question. A ground source heat pump is simply a device that pulls the energy out of the earth effectively. The earth runs at about 50 degrees most of the time, nearly all the time. If you're trying to get your home to 70, you simply use the 50 to go to the 70. It's a difference of 20. That's what it does. It pulls the heat out of the earth to heat the home. The 2024 code does not mandate it. No one would ever mandate what kind of heating cooling system you would have. There are different types. There's an air source heat pump. Many people have them. I got one for my home. It is a air-to-air system, sits on the side of the house. So you can use air as the source, but on a cold day, that air, like today, is minus 13 degrees. A little hard to pull heat out of a minus 13 degree air, but the ground is 50. So ground source heat pumps are more efficient from an energy point of view, but the capital cost is higher because you have to drill a well and they put a loop down in the well and pull the heat out of the water is how they actually do it. Very efficient. People love them, but the capital cost is fairly high for those. Benefits, I think Bruce went over most of the benefits. One of them I'll add is life of the building goes way up. There's an estimated 20-year increase in the life of the building because moisture is not going back and forth through the walls and rotting the walls. So you don't have mold problems, you don't have rot because you have a proper vapor barrier in place. I think that was a few of them at least. Questions?
Are there questions, Representative Leo?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for bringing this to us. I, in my spare time, like to read things like Green Building Advisor, and I was definitely very interested following their process with finding the correct location of the vapor barrier. And if that's located in the wrong place based upon the level of insulation in the house, you may actually cause new structural problems. Is that something that's now been solved? Because quite frankly, I haven't read that in the last year or so, but I do know that that was a significant problem for efficient building.
Yes, it has been solved. The idea on a vapor barrier is put it outside, let the wall breathe to the inside. You can do it the other way, but that's generally how it's been solved, is to put it on the outside. High performance buildings today will basically wrap them. The one in Maine I reviewed had a rubber wrapper on it, and they encased it on the outside, let the room breathe to the inside. That allows the drying to take place. Mold and rot will happen if it doesn't dry. So you have to put it all the way out to the outside, and then put a rain screen so that the water hitting the clapboards or whatever can drain and dry, and then let the vapor dry to the inside from that barrier. The answer is yes.
And as a follow-up, does that also require, is that conditional on the quality of the installation? Because I've seen those vapor barriers flapping in the wind that were never appropriately connected. And it's my understanding that those pinholes actually have a larger water intrusion because we won't get into the nerdy side of this, but that
You
it
are
causes
right.
problems.
You've been studying. This goes to the issue of commissioning. Commissioning is something that we don't require today. The bill that's been introduced by a representative here, the House Bill 96 requires commissioning. We put it back in because commissioning is the testing of the building. And you are quite right. If you do not test it, you don't know if you've achieved the goal. So testing is an extremely important component of all of this stuff. We test for structural, we test for smoke, we test for many, many things. We're going to put a vapor barrier on and not test for it at all? So we would advocate that testing should occur at the end of a cycle to ensure that the building meets the criteria that's set forth in the specification.
Is that actually part of the 21 Energy Code for houses?
Commissioning always has been, yep. It's in there.
It's actually, it's been in the energy codes many, many years. The state New Hampshire has amended it out probably for the last 10 years as an older standard, and it keeps coming back every year, as every 3 years, as a carryover amendment, and it really shouldn't be for the commercial side.
Thank you. What, Representative Reeves?
Mr. Bemis, B-E-M-I-S, did I get that right? You mentioned the study that estimated, I believe it was, I think you said 2,350 or 23.
2,372.
2,000.
$2,372.
And you cited the author of that study. Could you repeat that for me? I didn't catch it.
Pacific Northwest National Laboratory.
Pacific
Northwest, PNNL, Pacific Northwest National Laboratory. They are one of the big DOE research facilities out of Oregon, I believe. And they do an awful lot of energy modeling. They're responsible for the gold standard for energy modeling called DOE2, DOE2 codes that are used by everybody in the world to model the efficiency of buildings. PNNL.
Quickly, well, hopefully quickly. And you mentioned who financed the other study, I think it was natural gas. Who finances that? Is it a federally funded program?
Yes, it's actually ASHRAE does a lot of the funding. We raise money for that, so it's funded through organizations including ASHRAE. Yep.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, other questions? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Representative Schmidt, sorry, did you have a question?
Well, I do now. So you've given us a lot of scientific explanation for a number of the issues that we're confronting here, but you undoubtedly have listened as we were listen to other people before you with regard to a subcommittee meeting that will become henceforth to work through these problems that we have been hearing about today. You've come from, I don't see your pink card. Where are you both from?
I am from Bristol, New Hampshire. I'm the chair of the Bristol Energy Committee as well. My family dates back 300 years in this state.
Back when I was a kid, okay.
And I'm Bruce Buttrick, and I'm from Goffstown.
Okay.
I'm retired. I do have time if it's possible. I think I would volunteer some member from our local chapter of ASHRAE.
It'll be in the calendar when the subcommittee.
Perfect. Oh, great.
All
Thank you.
right, it will be noticed at any rate. Okay, thank you very much,
Thank you for
gentlemen.
your time today.
Chris Scotland.
Okay, good morning. Good afternoon, members of the committee. My name is, unfortunately, Chair McGuire has seen me testify on this topic many, many times. I am the Director of Energy Transition from Clean Energy New Hampshire. We are not a trade organization as many people think. We actually have, we're a 501c3 that includes our members, all 3 electric utilities, all the gas utilities in the state, 43 municipalities representing approximately 430,000 residents, not representatives. And we also have 130 businesses that are our members as well. Our goal is to advance clean, affordable, reliable energy in the state. And energy efficiency is a primarily element of that. Realizing that this is going to go to a subcommittee and we've been in this room for almost an hour and a half, I'll keep my remarks brief and just note that I've been following this process possibly longer than anyone else in this room, with the exception of Chair McGuire. I've been working on this since about 2009 when I started with the state, following the Building Code Review Board throughout that process, and I'm familiar with the adoption of the 2015, 2018, and 2021 codes. And so a few things that I just wanted to kind of draw attention to. The data that was referenced regarding Senator Shaheen, although I've been here almost long enough that she was governor when I started, actually, she is quoted at the value that was very similar to what Paul Bemis said, at about $2,300 in added costs and $500 in annual savings, as opposed to a $17,000 value. So I would recommend that when the subcommittee gets together, that any data that is shared, it comes fully cited and is documented who the authors are. As was noted by other speakers, we've got a number of studies out there, and who the authors are and where the funding comes from is important. I also wanted to note that the building code for the state, which is found in RSA 155A, Section 4, so Roman numeral 4, the definition of the building code includes the plumbing code, the electrical code, the mechanical code, the building code, the existing building code, the fire code, the pool and spa code, and the energy code. The energy code is a chapter of the state's overall building code, so it is not separate, but it is an essential element. To give you an idea of how essential, if there is no energy code, we basically live in shells that leak all of the heat out, or cooled air in the summer very quickly in our unlivable structures. So without the energy code, we basically just have the shed that my chickens are currently suffering through this weather in. But we, to get back to our point, do support the adoption of the 2021 code because it is an advance over the 2018 code. When we adopted the 2018 code in 2022, there was virtually no benefit in advancing from the 2015 to the 2018 code. The 2015 code was a significant jump in efficiency, which meant that there was a significant savings to all homes that were built under that standard. The 2018 code was more of an administrative change that cleaned up some of the ways that the building code was administered by building officials. The 2021 code is an advance, and that it does add some cost, but some that the total cost is quoted in by Senator Sheen, as well as the Pacific Northwest National Lab at about $2,300 with significant savings for a homeowner on day one. But that's for an average house of 2,400 square feet. If we're talking about affordable housing, the cost is going to be smaller. And that's for a 2,400 square foot detached single family home. If it's in affordable housing, the building size will or the footprint will be smaller, but the cost to the consumer will also be smaller, even if they are seeing a similar benefit. And so the 2021 code was largely held up due to arguments that were made at the Building Code Review Board, but I will note that the Building Code Review Board does not have a consumer advocate or a building scientist on it. Instead, it includes members of industry who are being lobbied by members of industry. And so the conversation may happen there in front of experts, but there are specific interests that are brought before that board that may not get to all the facts. The fact that there is not a consumer voice on that board is very important and should be taken into consideration when hearing the facts before you. So I'll close and note that we would ask that the 2021 code, because it does deliver real savings that are paid back in a very short amount of time, do be advanced, and that the 2024 code not be an amendment made to this bill. Allow the Building Code Review Board to continue their conversation. They have not finished reviewing it. We will be arguing for an unamended 2024 code in front of that body. But for this one, we should stick with the 2021 code and then keep it consistent with the rest of the chapters of the state's building code. But we're happy to bring more information to that subcommittee, and we'll be looking for it to be noticed.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Yes, Representative Long.
You mentioned renters in your handout here. Do you have a sense of what percentage of renters have to pay for their electricity directly versus having it rolled into the rent?
I do not, but I can look that up and see. I do know that there is a challenge. It's called the split incentive, where the building code ends up being a consumer protection mechanism. So the building energy code does, because developers that are building homes that they're going to rent out, if they're not paying the electric bill, may not have the incentive to build to that higher standard, knowing that renters, we have a 0.5% vacancy rate in the state. We don't get to pick and choose where we live. I have friends or students at UNH that are trying to find housing, and it's very hard. They're taking what they can find. So it ends up being consumer protection, especially for residents, because they don't get to pick the design, the features. They get to pick what's available. And so,
Follow-up.
I only said electricity, but I meant to include
Yes,
heat
of
in
course.
that question as well.
I know that when I was renting, my landlord asked me why our bill was so low, because he was paying it, and he just wanted to know how he could get the other renters to do the same thing.
Representative Leon.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for bringing up chicken coops. I actually built Fortress Fowl, which was ridiculously overbuilt with rain gaps and insulation. But that actually ties back to your discussion about the average 2,400 square foot house versus affordable housing, because every linear foot of that insulation was actually insulating less of the interior space. So while you may be building is it correct that while you may be building a smaller home for an affordable house, you have a different ratio of your wall space, so the insulation
surface
cost
area to volume
is
ratio.
higher per square foot
Well,
built.
it depends. Affordable housing can include multifamily housing, and so the units adjacent to you can actually buffer against, and therefore increase the total mass of the space and reduce the surface area to volume ratio, and therefore make the building overall more efficient. It may not feel as spacious, but that does factor in a cost. So the per unit cost will depend on whether you're building a tiny house or whether you're building a 2,400 average home or you're building a multi-family unit that is 3 stories and above and therefore subject to the commercial energy code.
Thank you.
Okay. Other questions? All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We'll see you in committee.
Is there anyone else who wishes to testify on House Bill 96? Okay, not seeing any. I'm going to close the public hearing. Afraid it will have to go to subcommittee. And we are done for the day, resuming 10 o'clock tomorrow. Are
tempted to, I won't do this, but I'm tempted to address the committee. This will take about 60 seconds. I have a duplex in Derry, 450,000 of the assessment. Work out the numbers. I need 2,000 aside.
Yeah.
Where was this affordable housing renting for 1,500? I don't.
No, I
don't believe
No,
this.
because
Berlin,
you
I
need to look at the different parts. We do need to.
I
make
don't
sure we
believe
keep
the
doing incandescent
2,300
bulbs,
incremental
Because you
cost
have
either.
insulated
With a bunch
chicken
of
coop,
new
all you have to
insulation.
run is an incandescent bulb, and you don't need to run a.
It's got to be the Trojan horse.
Yeah.
What's something
And it's
coming
amazing
in
what just
here?
an incandescent can do. 'cause-
Like 90% of the energy goes to
Yeah, and that's the thing, if we're heating our homes, it's actually not terrible, there's small heat sources.
In the winter, it's a good idea.
Exactly. And we have daylight too. Yes, yes, thank you. Okay. Sorry, I have a brother who's a materials engineer, so, yes.
There's a card
if you wanna
reach me for anything.
Actually, you should give one to Representative Sheehan because she's the chair of the subcommittee.